1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan, breaking news in the NFL this afternoon as the Las Vegas Raiders have fired head coach Antonio Pierce after just one full season at the helm. The Raiders will still retain GM Tom Telesco. That makes 6 head coaching vacancies in the league currently. Raiders limited owner Tom Brady expected to be part of the collaborative committee for the hiring of the next coach in Las Vegas. Chicago Bears GM Ryan Poles said the team has not ruled out any avenue for finding a new head coach, including trading for a head coach of another team. Meanwhile, reports indicate the Dallas Cowboys have not yet responded to the Bears' request to interview head coach Mike McCarthy. Some good news for the Ducks as receiver Evan Stewart indicates on social media that he is returning to Oregon for another season. Oregon also bolstering their receiving core in the transfer portal, earning a commitment from former Florida State and Alabama receiver Malik Benson. He got 25 passes for just over 300 yards with the Seminoles last season. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. The hitting is extra hard this week on Primetime.
Oh, he gets walloped.
This is a wild card week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Injured? Don't trust just anyone to something so personal. Call George McCoy at Warren Allen. Online at warrenallen.com.
Wild card week with Isaac and Sue on the Odyssey app and 1080.
Oh, and he took a hard hit. Hello.
The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up? Good Tuesday.
I just love the extra hard hitting.
That's right.
It's getting me every time.
Who do you think writes that?
I don't know, but I just love the idea of it's extra hard hitting.
This is our poll question.
It's wild card.
It can only be one of 2 people.
Well, I think it's one of 3, although you have revealed that it wasn't
It was
you.
not me.
But initially, it could have been, we thought maybe it could have been you.
Yeah.
So it would be either Ryan Buckley, Jason Swigard, or Jeff Baton Rouge.
I like Swigard on that one. Although, that is an old school, let's get extra hard.
I'm going to go with Jeff.
I could see Jeff Baton Rouge writing that.
He's old school.
Yeah, that sounds like some old
Plus,
school copy.
I don't think Swag does stuff for our show.
I think Swag does stuff for everybody.
Does he?
Well, I believe
Here's the
I
situation.
believe he claims to be executive producer of the station. Not a show, of
I think
the
it'd be
station.
cool to have an executive producer,
Yeah.
and if we do,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well,
Yeah,
So-
we do. He is that.
Yeah.
So wait, our show,
Yeah.
which has been on the air for the better part of 17 years.
Well, I don't think he's been an executive producer this whole time.
Okay, but I'm just saying we're a long-running show.
Yes.
You would think we would know if we had an executive producer.
Yeah.
Yet this is news to me.
Yeah, we have an executive producer.
We have an executive producer.
Yes.
What does he do for
No
it?
one knows. Much like in Hollywood, whenever you see a movie and it's like, hey, executive produced by, no one really knows what that means. It's just it's a title. I think Swag just claimed it, and no one, much like when he took that office, no one really checked him. I think he just claimed to be the executive producer because he writes copy and stuff like that. Therefore, he feels like he gets executive producer credit. So,
Okay.
Hold on, everybody.
and
Congrats.
no one really cares enough to question it.
Well, I mean, what's the question?
I
I
don't
don't know.
Exactly.
Call yourself whatever you want.
Yeah. Well, I mean, half the, like, when you see someone
I
get a
don't care.
promotion, like the raise is like $0.05 an hour, but you get some sort of new title, and you're like, I got a title.
Well, titles can help in the if you're a ladder
Yeah,
climber,
if you're trying to.
titles help you.
You see that in football where someone gets named, like they want to be the run game coordinator, or then you want to be the associate head coach. You gotta, you gotta put something on the old CV to make you look pretty good. And Swag's got like 19 jobs, so I don't know why he wants to keep building that resume. He's not going anywhere. He's gonna be buried here, but he gets to claim
don't know
to be
that-
executive producer.
The open sounds like a Jeff thing
Yeah. Extra hard hitting. We're ready to
because Jeff still throws in the like the tackle noises.
manly noises. Arr.
We're all high tea
Wait,
here.
I went
Taylor
pirate.
Swift, damn,
Arr.
Pirate.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why the turned into an R, but it did.
Sports radio's got to be high tea.
I just love high T individuals
men.
in general. That guy that just walks around the entire time, and I'm like, you ever have a conversation with that guy? And you just ask him, dude, does it just get exhausting? Like trying
Talk
to
to
be
him.
badass?
He's all high tea. He doesn't know what to do with them.
24/7? Like, Do you ever turn it off? Do you ever just get to dial it down just like 3 notches and like, go enjoy like a Broadway show or like go see Wicked or something? You're like, no, it's not manly enough.
Well, somebody wants
trucks, balls, yeah. Truck. Get some truck nuts on there. Yeah.
somebody on the text line
flags!
wants to know how our town hall meeting went, and I do have an announcement to make.
Yeah, we do have an announcement. We should have announced it yesterday, but we did not.
Well, it's not that important. Much like Swigard being our executive producer.
Yeah.
Or is that what it is?
He
Executive.
is our executive producer.
It's over.
We have a new fearless leader here at
Yes.
Odyssey Portland, and his
A
name,
market manager, if
Ryan
you will.
Cooley.
Hey!
Now, Ryan Cooley has been on our airwaves before. He's a little guy, but he packs a big punch.
Well, now
and
he's
he's been here for years. Well, he left to go to Boston for a while, and now he's back.
yeah.
And he's a New York, LA guy, kind of a front runner fan.
Yeah, he's a big Yankee guy for, whatever. He's our resident Yankee honk.
But he does like the Giants, so
yeah, that's true.
of football.
Yeah, the New York Football Giants.
So he's our new leader. Kim left, and
Yes.
Ryan has been promoted, and
Yes.
the regional guy was here, and I think his name's Doug. And
Doug Abernathy.
there was a big town hall, and everybody voiced their displeasure with.
Yeah, they did the
God
all in
knows what.
favor, all opposed, and it
Did
didn't
they?
matter anyways. And so Doug promoted.
Were you
and,
there?
No.
Did anybody go to the Buckley
Did you
reunion?
ask if it was like at 10 a.m.?
Yeah, that's way early. You're sleeping.
Yeah, that's not happening.
No.
No. But I did walk in. They were, when I walked in yesterday, they were in the big boardroom. And I stuck my head in and I said, hey,
Well, wait. How many?
congratulations.
We can have a town hall in our boardroom.
No,
Is
no,
that
no,
how?
no,
No,
few
there was
people
a post-town
was a
hall
post-town-
boardroom
yeah.
meeting.
Oh,
Yeah,
only
there
for the select elites.
More exclusive
Yeah.
than the town hall.
Yeah. So
The
it was
suits.
it was
Cooley's
Cooley-
now a suit.
It's Cooley, a couple salespeople,
An
and
Odyssey
then,
station.
Big Doug. And I just stuck my head in and I said,
Dougie,
hey.
Doug.
I said, hey, just want you to know, love you, congratulations. And then, and that was a little weird because like Doug's kind of in charge of everything, but I got the sense that I shouldn't be in there. So I just kind of ducked out. But I did offer my congratulations.
Well, it's well deserved. I mean,
Yes.
I sent him a text. He's gonna be a good leader for us.
Dude, Cooley's a great guy.
Yeah.
He's been here forever.
And the thing about here, when you battle the FMs, because for the longest time, you and I have been around a long time, so
Oh, yeah.
we know the vicious cockfight that happens internally between the FM music stations, which traditionally in the business have been deemed more important because they used to make more money.
Not so
They no
fast.
longer do.
I remember once, years and years ago, we beat one of the mighty FM stations here, which was kind of a big deal, the station was. And we beat them for the first time. And we thought we were going to get like a big congratulatory, like, way to go. Nay. Because the guy that was in charge of everything
Clark Ryan.
ran said station, and we did not get an attaboy.
Yeah.
No.
A lot of internal competitiveness,
Yeah.
but that's good.
Yeah.
But anyway, what was I saying?
You're talking the working with the FM and
Oh.
Cooley and fighting for us and
Yeah, so I don't know if this is even a thing anymore, but I'm conditioned to really want a leader who is sports friendly, who is a fan of the fan, who actually listens to the fan, because we've had some that hadn't.
Yeah.
And that can be a problem
Sure.
because the fan gets kind of lost in the shuffle amongst the FMs. But Cooley is a P1 of the fan.
Yes.
And I love that. And he's been here for, again, he left for a while, but he came back. He's been in the business for over 20 years. It's his time. It's his time to shine.
And
And,
someone's asking another Lush. Absolutely, he's a great drinker.
big time drinker.
Yeah, which is fantastic. You
and-
might remember him from such primetime episodes as the sales
Yeah.
staff comes in loaded.
Yeah, Kim gets all the
One that
flack.
was requested to be pulled from the website.
Yes, that did have to get pulled.
That was a thing.
Yeah.
Kim gets all the flack for that, and so does sales bro Kurt.
Yeah.
Ryan Cooley is right there with them.
And
both.
he went on the air and was, he's spouting off sports opinions.
Longtime
it's-
partner in crime with those other two.
Yeah, and it's mainly because largely because he has two little kids,
Yeah.
and he doesn't ever want to go home.
No. Well, that's what I say about sales bro Kurt is that he hates his life, therefore he just stays here and drinks. And by the way, not only did I congratulate Cooley on his ascension, but of course that leaves Cooley's old position as sales manager open.
Yeah.
So I went over to sales bro Kurt, who I think might be in line, and I just let him know that if you do get promoted, I will still show you absolutely no respect whatsoever. I just wanted that established, that I will still treat him like crap, regardless of his position in the
Oh
company.
yeah, I mean, I won't treat anybody any differently. I can't say I treat him like crap, but I like to ignore him from time to time.
Yeah, it's fun.
But yeah, Ryan Cooley, former linebacker at Lewis and Clark.
Which is just
Is that accurate?
that's
yeah,
accurate.
he played linebacker at Lewis and
And
Clark.
it's just
You might have had me with DB linebacker.
Linebacker.
Yeah, well, he's a little stocky.
Yeah.
He's 5'2".
I
but-
guess.
Well, back in the day, he may have, may
Yeah,
have sauced
roids.
up a little bit. You don't know.
Yeah.
Like you look at like Kirby Smart. Kirby Smart was an all SEC safety at one
That's
point.
right.
Look at him now.
Nick Saban was a DB.
Yeah, Cooley was.
Yeah, they weren't linebackers.
Yeah, he's like Brett Haberly is out there. He's like their Rudy at Lewis and
Well,
Clark.
dude, it's Lewis and Clark.
And can I exactly?
I
don't
think you could have
mean-
played there.
I'm
Probably
not
could've.
here to disparage small football, but it's Lewis and Clark. And as I've stated many, many times,
Great school.
if you would like to go play college football and you can write a check, you can go play college football. There's this idea that you have to be good to get on a college team. No, you don't. You just have to be willing to write a check and show up. And if you do that, you too can play college football.
We should get him in here. See what his highlights.
talk about the olden days.
See what his highlights were.
Someone said, as a Lewis and Clark alum right now, I'm filled with pride.
Yeah.
Go Cooley.
Yeah, Ryan Cooley.
I think he's got a helmet somewhere or like an
I
old
guarantee
jersey.
you he does. He's right next to his #1 dad mug.
He's got a game ball in the den.
Talks about that knee that he still drags from time to time.
He had a suit on yesterday,
I know it was a little weird.
stepping his game up.
I wasn't certain what to do when I saw him in a suit. Like when you see someone like that and he's in a suit, you're like, whoa.
It is odd. Like, well, not to mention other names around town, but there are other. It's funny, like you're old when all the people that you came up working with are all in charge now.
Yeah. Well, I remember when Cooley got hired, he was like 12 years old. And he had a curly little white man afro, and he looked like Corey from Boy Meets World. So I called him Topanga for like the first year because I couldn't remember his name. That guy's now in charge of everything.
Yeah.
It's the damnedest thing.
Really is.
I know.
What a world.
It's like when you meet your buddy's kid, like, and that kid's now like a doctor or something. One of my best friends, his son is now like a big to-do attorney, and it throws me for a loop. Like you see him now, and I'm just like, "What's up, counselor?" And I'm like, dude, I've known you since you were like 6 years old. And now you're out there lawyering.
Are you like most adults and you still you can't quite see them actually being good at that because you see them as a child?
No. Like when I see them now, it just makes me feel old, but I'm usually just in awe of them because I feel like it probably goes the other way. I maybe think that they're better than they are. Like if I knew you as a kid and you have a job, I just assume you're really good at it. In reality, probably half those kids that I know are idiots like everyone else, but I assume, I'm like, oh my God, you made something of yourself. Like you have a job, you have a real job. I'm like, oh, that's amazing.
Well, no one wants to hire the Gen Zers now.
No.
They're getting raked over the coals.
Well, and
Lazy little bitches.
Lazy little bitches.
and the other weird one is
They
because
complain.
my buddy's kid that's a lawyer, he was always like a Terminator. I used to call him Senator because I thought he would be a political guy. But my son's best friend growing up was just this little tiny thing, and it was one of those kids that I had no idea what he was gonna do. He's like a what are the smoke jumper guys, the woodland firefighters. Like what do you call those guys? Like I don't know. He fights wildfires.
No.
He's a firefighter, but like in outdoors. And he's like 6'3" now, and he's got like 2 kids, and he's like this he's like this strapping like country. Like he's like Big John from the song, and that's the one that throws me.
On fire emojis.
I'm just like, oh my gosh, he like jumps out of airplanes like helicopters in the middle of like forest fires, and he's like,
And you knew him when?
yeah, and that's the one that like where it's
You were the one that told him he would amount to nothing.
I just never knew what he was gonna do.
And now look.
Now look at him. He's like a man's man, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's weird.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to our new fearless leader, Ryan Cooley.
Yes.
He will lead us into the golden age of radio. Oh, wait.
The golden age of AM radio. Hot shots, that's what I was looking for.
Hopefully he has good ideas.
I think so.
I hear big things on the horizon for the
I
fan.
have concepts of a plan.
He does have concepts of a plan. I think he's going to buy Greenland. I think that's his That's his big idea.
We're moving to Greenland.
We are, and then we're going to merge this radio station with Canada. That's the new big
Rename it the Gulf of Odyssey.
big plan. Involves canals as well. Lots of big stuff happening in 2025.
Azerasians.
Oh yes, the Azerasians.
Well, you want to get started
Not really, but let's do it
with
anyway.
the show?
Yeah.
Got a big show today.
Do we? It's hard hitting.
Yeah.
Arr.
I'm gonna do the. I always laugh when football play, and I get it. Football's super high T, but they do that. Like guy will literally, he cannot control himself. He is so high T that he just does the primal scream at the top of his lungs, flexing every muscle in his body for like 10 seconds. That one always gets me.
I'm telling you, I see it now. They're so overcome after they hit somebody else,
Yeah.
they start hitting
Yeah,
themselves
they hit
on the
themselves
head.
in the
It's
head.
crazy.
Or then they headbutt each other.
Who was it? Chuck Cecil, who was he was a safety, long time for the Cardinals, really good NFL player. I believe now he is the secondary coach or D coordinator at Arizona, and there is a clip from him this year. And he's like 55, and he's going around before a game, and he's so fired up to coach in the game, he starts headbutting his players who are wearing helmets. And I don't know if you know this about coaches, they don't wear helmets. So
Yeah,
before
he's
you know
bleeding
it,
on his
he's
forehead.
just bleeding. You're like, Chuck, my man. Like, what do we?
It's so funny.
It's stitches. Don't do that. Just you're coaching. Dial it back like 3-4 slots.
All right, we'll hit our poll question next on the Fan.
Brought to you by George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
On 1080 The Fan.
A couple of quick texts about our new leader, Dr. Cooley, PhD, radio man. Somebody said, can he fix the Odyssey app? The answer to that is no.
No, that's so far above his pay grade.
Yeah, that's corporate.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. Yeah. They don't know what they're doing. He has no... He will have no control over that.
An Odyssey station.
Anytime you have to deal with...
I thought it was great.
Well, that's the thing about... What?
I used the app this morning. Thought it was great.
Yeah, no, it sucks. But he took over, and the problem with that job is, it's like you can have all these good people, and they know what they're doing, and they're smart, but then you have corporate.
Yeah.
And they just... it's like a force working against you.
Yeah.
And that's the job. You have to navigate that.
It's like working in the government. You got a lot of good concepts of plans, but there's a lot of things stacked against you.
I have concepts of a plan.
Somebody else said, hopefully, Cooley, you're going to get some balls and make these guys work and do a good job for once.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Doubtful.
The second he starts fiddling with us is the second I'm out of here.
Cooley doesn't really seem like a leg up Ian Furness sort of fella.
Well, we'll find out.
Well,
you never know.
Well,
once power gets...
Yeah, what if he comes in, man? Just
he's taking that...
In what ways do you think he would fiddle with you guys?
I don't know. Maybe add a third person to the show.
Whoa.
Oh, a lady, perhaps?
No, Jack Collinsworth.
I wonder what Joy Taylor's up to.
Oh, a Jack Collinsworth.
Add Jack
Is Cooley's kid old enough?
Up the profile. Yeah, Cooley's kid. He's like 11. He was in here the other day watching cartoons.
There you go. Throw him in here. Couldn't be any worse.
Look, I want to give this guy a shot.
Couldn't be any worse than Collinsworth, kid.
I feel like he's got some potential, guys.
Well, that Collinsworth, the Jack, right?
And Rob, I'm going to have him host, so why don't you just slide over?
You would be all over that. Are you kidding me? It'd be the greatest thing in the world.
If they don't cut my pay, that's great.
Rob's like, I'm in.
Let the little man host.
I'm in.
Yeah. See what he's got. Well, anyway, I don't know. What's going on? Poll question?
Polls, yeah. Do you have a poll? Do you have concepts of a poll? Yeah, give me some poll.
Yeah, I have a poll.
All right.
I just put it up there. I audibled today.
Okay.
I was going to ask you guys about Super Bowl matchup, but we'll have time to do that.
Omaha!
Don't need to do that yet.
Red panties.
Plus, I was looking at a list of the...
Hey, Red Danny!
We need content.
Mm-hmm.
You got to churn out content.
We do need content.
Yeah. Internet.
Yes.
You and I don't need content. We'll just bullsh, But, online, you get paid by Yahoo Sports or whomever. You got to churn it out, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Corporate's watching.
Baby.
Corporate needs the dollar.
Got to get those clicks.
Well, some guy from Yahoo ranked all 49 potential Super Bowl matchups.
Oh,
he ranked them 49 down to 1 because you need content.
Yes.
Everyone loves a good list.
Well, you read it.
Well, I did. And actually kind of liked it. Although... I totally disagree with him on the worst Super Bowl matchup.
Okay.
Number 49. Do you care to guess what he had at number 49, this guy here?
Worst I got to pull up let me pull up my brackets here. The worst Super Bowl matchup that we could get. Gosh. I'm going to say...
He ranked it 43rd out of the 49 possibilities.
I'm going to say Texans and...
That's what I had.
I'm going to probably say Texans Bucks.
Yes, that's exactly what I thought.
Would be the worst.
That is not the worst according to him.
Okay, then he might go with...
He went with an actual good matchup.
Did he really?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, it's probably not going to be the Super Bowl, but...
Did he go like Chargers, Rams?
He went Chargers, Packers. And I'm like, well, that's...
What?
That's not a terrible matchup.
So the Packers, who were one of the storied franchises in NFL history, the franchise to start the NFL... You have a young up-and-coming star in Jordan Love. Why would that be a terrible...
I don't know. That's what he ranked.
Huh.
But anyway, at the top, to spare you...
It's clearly Texans-Bucks is the worst.
Well, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
but that's not what he put last.
The best should be Chiefs and the Lions.
No, he's got Lions-Bills.
Ah, that's fine.
And
too.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And then he's got Lions-Chiefs third. You know what he has second? Vikings-Bills, which he's putting that there because you have no Super Bowl wins.
Sure.
For either side.
First
They're both 0-4 in the Super Bowl.
Unfortunately, the Sam Darnold thing... I
don't want to see that.
I don't either. The Josh Allen Bills thing, I've said, I'm all in on the Motor City Kitties. Go Dan Campbell. If it can't be my Detroit Lions, then I would like it to be my Buffalo Bills. One, I think the Bills are a very likable team. I think Sean McDermott for years has been crapped on. I love the fact that everyone wrote them off at the start of this year. Remember, at the beginning of the year, people thought Buffalo may not make the postseason. It was going to be the Jets and the Dolphins. Yeah, how'd that work out? And, how are they going to do without Stephon Diggs? It turns out they're fine.
That's like horseradish.
And the idea that Buffalo, which is a great sports city, their hockey team stinks and has never won anything. They had the longest playoff drought of any team in any sport a while back with the Sabres. And the Bills, having lost not one, not two, not three, 4 Super Bowls in a row, that would be, and it's the Bills Mafia and breaking tables at the Super Bowl. Let's go. I mean, that's a great story. I mean, that damn near rivals Detroit as far as just a city that needs a win. But that would be, that's why if you gave me Lions Bills, hands down, that would be my personal one. And whoever wins, I would be ecstatic with.
Well, I don't want to see the Chiefs back in there.
No, the idea.
I like him, but
the only thing I thought about Kansas City is you want to talk about star power as far as best matchups go, like with the TV execs. You got the damn Kelsey and Taylor Swift thing. You got Mahomes. You got Andy Reid, and more importantly, you got the team for the first time trying to get 3 in a row, which no one's done. It would be a massive thing.
All right. Well, anyway, that's not the poll question.
No.
All of that to say, I punted on that. The poll question today on X at 1080 The Fan is, now that the Lions are good, which NFL franchise is the biggest joke?
Oh.
Browns, Jets, Giants, Raiders. And I thought long and hard about putting the Bears on there, but then I didn't.
Yeah.
They are who we thought they were.
Boy, that's pretty good.
It's got to be the Browns, doesn't it?
I mean,
come on.
Being a man of increase.
The Browns have been in the postseason recently. The Browns have a good roster, but
so do the Jets.
The Jets actually, I think, have the longest playoff drought of any team
Do they?
In the NFL. I gotta
Relax.
I'm gonna double check on this, but I believe that the Jets, yeah. So here, right, active.
And they have Aaron Rodgers.
The Jets have. You care to guess? By the way, the second most is 7 years.
Well, they haven't been to the playoffs since maybe Mark Sanchez,
Yes.
Rex Ryan, and that probably was, God, when was that? That would have been 2010.
Yeah, 14 years.
Is that right? 2010.
Yeah, 2011.
14 years. Wow.
And so I believe this is 15 now that they haven't made it.
But the Browns, like just when you think they're like the Lions are out of the doldrums.
Yeah.
The Browns are even worse because they suck, just as bad as the Lions. Can't find a quarterback for years and years and years, decades.
Yeah, they won a playoff game with Baker, though.
And then they make you think they've got it turned around, and then they sign like the richest quarterback deal in history, and look at what has happened.
Yeah, it's an abomination.
That's another level of suck.
If you're asking me the worst, biggest joke, I would say to me it's a toss-up between the Jets, and I do think the Raiders belong in this category as well. One, they're poor. Their owner is not flush with cash. Moved to Vegas to try to resuscitate something. It's been an absolute disaster. And you look at everything from Gruden to Antonio Brown to now Pierce, right? They send Pierce out to do the press conference in that stupid Raiders starter jacket, and they fire his ass the very next day. Now you have you're leaning on Tom Brady. I mean, the Raiders are objectively an awful, awful franchise. I mean, it's an absolute joke.
Well, I feel like they all are.
Yeah, I mean, every one of those is bad, but bad for different reasons. But when you hear about the stuff about the Jets, I mean, my God, man. I mean, it's that to me, like, and if even half of the stories that get leaked out about the way Woody Johnson runs that team and how he listens to newspapers and his kid and all that crap, if even half of that stuff is true, that's the biggest joke of an organization.
Putting the kibosh on trades because of Madden ratings?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's just it's really, really bad. And the fact that they're considering Rex Ryan again. I mean,
yeah.
Hey, he's the best man for the job. Just ask him.
You know who the favorite is? Well, actually, we'll get into that next. I want to get into the coaching carousel.
Yeah.
Because
we added one more.
You just touched on it. But the Raiders
Pierce.
fired Antonio Pierce today. Yeah. So there's your poll question right there. Now that the Lions are good, which NFL franchise is the biggest joke? Browns, Jets, Giants, Raiders. Vote hard on X at 1080 The Fan. Yes, the coaching carousel still spinning. Next, here's Buck.
This is a wild card week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club. Good or bad weather, the golf course is always the driest around. Download the Langdon Farms app today to get all the latest news and specials. First on the Fan, breaking news in the NFL this afternoon is the Las Vegas Raiders have fired head coach Antonio Pierce after just one full season at the helm. The Raiders will still retain GM Tom Telesco. That makes 6 head coaching vacancies in the league currently. Raiders limited owner Tom Brady is expected to be part of the collaborative committee for the hiring of the next coach in Las Vegas. Chicago Bears GM Ryan Poles said the team has not ruled out any avenue for finding a new head coach, including trading for an existing head coach of another team. Meanwhile, reports indicate the Dallas Cowboys have not yet responded to Chicago's request to interview their head coach, Mike McCarthy. Some good news for the Oregon Ducks today, as receiver Evan Stewart indicates on social media that he is returning to Oregon for another season. Oregon also bolsters their receiving core in the transfer portal, earning a commitment from former Florida State and Alabama wide receiver Malik Benson. He caught 25 passes for just over 300 yards with the Seminoles last season. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off?
with Isaac and Sue
Brought to you by George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
on 1080 The Fan.
What an exciting time.
Well, in between Buck trying to get me to care about this golf league that's starting tonight, which I don't care about.
Why is he pushing that so much?
I'm not trying to. I thought it's interesting that they're trying to do anything to get anyone's interest, and I thought golf fans would be the first people interested. So I thought Rob might be interested.
Not interested.
I'm not trying to push it.
And it feels like you're trying.
I think it's an agenda. Are you being paid?
Yeah.
I wish. I mean, I'm open for business.
Or do you just want someone to gamble with you on it?
No, I don't have any wagers on it, nor will I.
It's Tiger Woods League.
It's the Tiger Woods golf simulator league. They're
yeah.
playing it in SoFi Stadium, I think.
Yeah, and there's Xander Schauffele is playing. And
Yeah, they brought in real grass, real
Yeah.
sand from the Masters. So that makes it awesome.
because now I have to tune in.
But it's a virtual thing.
Real golf balls on grass, real swings, and then they go into the simulator and then it tracks it. So, but they have greens that move too, apparently.
What?
It sounds so stupid. Look,
well,
I
at
love
6 o'clock,
golf.
we'll find out, won't we?
No, we won't, because I'm not going to watch it.
Well, I might.
Where it's what's it on?
ESPN, I think.
ESPN's carrying that?
I'm pretty sure.
The one I saw today said that it was golf, but reimagined.
Ooh, see? And it's going to be in front of people. So it's like.
Dude, come on.
This is gonna be so dumb.
Give me the Sony Open all day long.
Well, the Sony Open can't play at 6 p.m.
All right. God, why are you getting so mad?
But what I don't understand is
I don't know.
the renderings that I see is that they're hitting into a simulator, but then behind them there's a bunker and a green and sand.
So if your ball were to land there in the simulator, then you need to play your next shot from there.
But you're not hitting back into, then you're hitting onto a real green?
Yeah, but he's saying if you hit into a bunker on the simulator,
Yeah.
you now have to go back to the bunker and hit your ball from there in the simulator. Does that make sense? In other words, they have to have different shots that you have to hit in the simulator. You can't just all hit the same shot from the same spot in the simulator like you and I do.
This is going to be very...
Like us plebes.
I don't know. This thing.
Like putting in the simulators
It's
is
probably
that's the worst
dumb,
part.
but I'm
Terrible.
always interested when they try something new.
Yeah, well, Tiger's behind it, and I love me some Tiger, but
Well,
I still don't care.
I can't begin to tell you how little I care about meaningless early season golf.
Sony Open starts Thursday.
Oh my God. I would rather watch
Didn't you and I
high
play?
school volleyball.
Didn't you and I play Wailea?
Yeah, we did when we did the All About Hawaii. Dude,
Yeah.
that course kicked me right in the you know what.
Yeah.
The thing was tough.
Good golf course.
And I think I do. I think I would rather go watch a high school local event than sit and watch virtual golf.
Yeah, we're not going to be watching. So
you want me to go sit in SoFi and watch someone hit into a simulator?
No, it's a new thing that's going to be on TV
Buck,
tonight. It
push
might
it.
be
Let
interesting.
it go.
I think Buck is being paid. Supposedly they're paying people to sit and see it so it doesn't look empty.
Yeah, up to $200 apparently.
I think they've gone around to producers and they're like, I think Buck's getting paid
I
$75.
wish.
Because we're
You
too
can pay me a couple
expensive.
bucks to shut up about it.
Oh, maybe I will.
I think I have $11 if I never hear about this again in my wallet currently.
Anyway, the Raiders fired Antonio Pierce today.
Yes, a day after making him go up and have his press conference, which if I'm Antonio Pierce, that's the thing that would piss me off.
Well, he said yesterday,
just
didn't he
fire
say,
me.
I feel like I'm not going anywhere?
Yeah. Sorry.
Wrong.
This is why organizations just get bad reputations.
Yeah, how do they not?
You know you're going to fire him.
Yeah.
Don't make him go up there and do if you fire me before I come into work. Don't make me come and do a show and then wait for me on the outside
Everybody's
the studio.
asking today, is Suk going to get fired? And Suk's on the air. He's like, I don't think so. I mean, I haven't heard anything.
Yeah.
Next day, fired.
It's just
That is bad luck.
It's just Bush League stuff, and it's what the Raiders have going on. But I love that the Raiders like ace in the hole. Everyone is like Tom Brady may be involved in the decision. What has Tom Brady ever done to lead you to believe that he's going to be great at picking a coach?
Well, he won a lot of Super Bowls.
Okay. Do you know how many ex-players are?
I mean, that's one thing.
are
You asked.
horrible coaches.
Well, but that doesn't mean What? That doesn't matter. I'm saying you ask what has Tom Brady ever done Well, he's won like 18 rings.
Yes. So
he might know a thing or two about football. Look, I'm not saying he's the guy to hire the coach, but he's better than Mark Davis.
So I just love that that's what the Raiders are leaning on is a small minority owner who's also broadcasting may have a say in this, and Raider fans like, well, Tom Brady's involved. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, cool.
Everything Tom Brady touches turns to gold.
Not his broadcasting career. He sucks.
I don't think he sucks. I think he's getting better.
No.
I think he's pretty good.
He's bad.
What do you think, Buck?
I think that have you heard the most recent soundbite where he forgot what teams were playing, which ones were?
Uh-oh.
Hold on, let me pull this up.
Okay.
He's not great.
You don't like him?
And I haven't listened to enough to say whether or not he's getting better. I'm mostly a red zone with the sound off person, so I can't really speak to it. But let me get this clip.
Wait, are we?
Oh, we wait.
Do you
hold on?
Yeah, I didn't know whether we were. Do we keep going or just
go, more Tiger Woods Golf League talk?
Okay, continue as you were.
I have seen this, or I guess I've heard this clip of what he's speaking of. And
well, now I can't find it, of course.
I just, having listened to Tom Brady a handful of times, specifically to listen to Tom Brady.
An Odyssey station.
He would not have that job if his name was not Tom Brady. It's ridiculous that they got rid of Greg Olson, who's really good at that. And I like Tom Brady, but he just is not a good broadcaster. Much like Magic Johnson, who's the greatest point guard of all time, was a horrid broadcaster.
Yeah, see, I think he's way better than Magic
And Michael
Johnson.
Jordan, last time I checked, arguably the greatest athlete of all time, horrible front office, GM and owner. One of the worst.
Yeah.
Which is my point about the Tom Brady thing. We have no idea whether or not Tom Brady will be any good at this. He's half-assing it because he's got his hand in like 9 different pots. And so we'll see. I just think it's kind of adorable that Raider fan thinks that having Tom Brady's name attached to your organization is somehow going to make everything okay.
The Raiders, I was looking back at their coaching history today.
Mm-hmm.
They have had 14 head coaches in the last 25 years.
It's not good.
That's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, I know. How many of the...
How many have had a winning record?
Well, I do remember when, I believe it was Hugh...
Wrong.
No. I'm saying when Hugh Jackson finished 500, he was very proud because it was the first time in a while that they didn't have a losing record, and then they fired him right after that.
Obviously a tie, a tie.
He is not one of them.
No, I'm saying he went 500. So I'm trying to think of who their coaches.
Two of the last 25 years.
So you had what?
One's obvious.
So you had Gruden wasn't 500.
Yeah, he was.
He was?
Yeah. The first time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
that's within the last 25 years.
Okay. Sorry, I was thinking of...
But actually, he was 500 the second time, too. I think he was just less so.
Mm-hmm.
But John Gruden won with the Raiders both times.
Okay.
So he's won. There's one other guy.
That
had a winning record in the last 25 years. 1 out of 14. The great Rich Bisaccia. I'm not even kidding.
Rich Bisaccia.
Those are the two.
Really?
So you have failures, like Lane Kiffin, Josh McDaniels, Jack Del Rio, Hugh Jackson, Art Shell the second time, Tony Sperano, Tom Cable, Dennis Allen, Joe Bugle, Bill Callahan. He didn't even have a winning record. He went to the Super Bowl. He didn't have a winning record.
Yeah.
Not that year, but I mean overall.
Yeah.
So you have to go back to Tom Flores, who was right after Madden. And, of course, Madden was greatness.
Didn't Art Shell do all right there?
You have to go back to Tom Flores and say that the Raiders, since him, have had 2 good coaches.
Yeah. Well.
And one of them is John Gruden, and the other is Art Shell.
Oh, well, there you go.
So post Tom Flores, because Art Shell was there twice, just like Gruden. The second time was it was stupid. But the first time, he was pretty good. So since Tom Flores, which is, you got to go all the way back to 1987, not counting Tom Flores, who was a good coach. Mm-hmm. Since Tom Flores, they have had 2 good head coaches. 2.
So my earlier suggestion that they absolutely should be in very high consideration for worst franchise, that's spot on.
2.
And they've had occasional seasons like where they've won, but obviously, Gruden, in the Brady tuck, and then Callahan led him to the Super Bowl, but it's just been a piss poor run franchise.
All right, so coming up next, I'll give you the odds because we have to bet.
Yeah.
On who the odds on favorite to be each team's next coach. I have that.
Interesting.
Is it?
Yeah. The other one too about the Raiders, and this does matter of how wealthy your owner is. It's a sneaky little thing. It's the same thing in baseball, all of that. When you give guaranteed contracts, when you sign out big signing bonuses and you give big guaranteed money that people want, obviously, when you're talking about free agents, you have to put that money in escrow. You have to write that check. It's not like you can give someone $70 million and then that goes like on layaway. When you give someone $70 million guaranteed dollars, you then have to stroke a check for $70 million. Same thing with like luxury tax bills. And so when you have an owner, and Al Davis was not a wealthy man outside of owning the Raiders. And Mark Davis is not a wealthy man outside of owning the Raiders. Although now that he's been in Vegas, his net worth is bumped up, but he's still not flush with cash. So when it comes to handing out, coaches' contracts, when it comes to handing out player salaries, as far as guaranteed deals, they're behind the 8 ball versus some of the other owners out there.
That's true, but Woody Johnson's filthy rich,
and he's
exactly. So it's not all about money either.
No,
a lot of these guys just have giant egos.
Yes, but when you add a giant ego and you add in ignorance and you add in that you're not a super wealthy family that's running it, the debt continues to get stacked against you time and time and time again.
All right, more on the coaching carousel next on The Fan.
Fan.
So do you think Brady just doesn't really put the work in?
Well, I don't know.
Because it is, I mean, the guys like Aikman and Collinsworth, I think.
They work hard.
They do. They work harder than you think they do.
And going to those meetings, putting together your show sheets, really digging in, finding narratives and angles to talk
and
about.
Talking to players and coaches.
Yes. Well, half the problem is that Brady can't do a lot of those things because he's not allowed to do it because he's a part owner of the Raiders.
Yeah, that's true.
So he's not allowed in certain meetings, and which again just goes to show me that he's half-assing it. And as Ron Swanson once said, don't half-ass two things, whole-ass one thing, which goes back to the Raiders thing. How much effort is he putting into this? Is he really out there digging around and finding out who the best candidate is? Is he talking to people, or much like the broadcasting thing, is he just going out there and being like, I'm Tom Brady? So yes, I think when it comes to the broadcasting thing, one, it's harder than you think. I don't know why we all thought Tom Brady was going to be the greatest thing ever. They gave him like $300 million. I never, whenever I listen to Tom Brady in interviews or whatever, he's not Peyton Manning. He's not the most engaging guy in the world. He's handsome. But no, I just generally didn't understand the fervor around him, and he's not very good at it. I think if you did an honest assessment of all of the color analysts on the national broadcast, and it's the first year, guys can get better, but I don't know if he's going to keep doing it. Other than they just
didn't they give him like a 10-year deal or something?
Yeah, but now with this owner thing, I mean, it does complicate it. He's the worst color guy of any of the national broadcasters.
Is he going to... See, I think he's getting better, and I think he will continue to get better as long as he works at it. Now, if he's not working at it, then that's a different story. But and maybe you're right. Maybe he has too many other things going on and things preventing him from being good at it. But... yeah, I forgot. I lost my train of thought.
Rats. I kind of
had a point.
I felt the wheels spinning there, and I was like, "Where?"
I had a point there. It was such a good sports point too. Whatever. So the favorites for each opening.
Yeah.
Now this doesn't mean anything. This is just the odds makers, what they think.
Sure.
The Patriots. The favorite is Mike Vrabel.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that think they got rid of Mayo simply to go back and get Mike.
But they could have gotten Mike last year and not hired.
That's the part that doesn't
Mayo.
add up.
Yeah.
They're so stupid.
Well, the only thing you can say about that is it sounded like Robert Kraft all along. This has been his handpicked guy. And then when you listen to Robert Kraft, did you see any of his press conference?
Who?
Robert Kraft's.
No.
Well, this is the weird part about Robert Kraft. He made this big deal about how he has all this faith in Gerard Mayo and how he's going to be a success and blah, blah, blah. And just he's heartbroken over it. And then he's like, and he says, I put him in a terrible position but I'm still going to fire him. It's so weird.
Well, maybe it was just a situation where they thought Mayo was the guy and he always thought Mayo was the guy. And then he saw Mayo as the guy and went, dude, this is not the guy.
Yeah.
And I've got to make a move fast. Maybe, it's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes that happens.
It's so weird to listen to someone stand up there and talk about all these nice positive things and about how it's not his fault and blah, blah, blah. And then be like, yeah, we're going to fire him. Even though I gave him the worst roster in the NFL.
It's not very Patriots-like.
It is not.
But Vrabel, if they do upgrade to Vrabel, that's a pretty good move.
Yeah.
If they get him. The Saints, the odds-on favorite to get the Saints job is?
Aaron Glenn, maybe?
Joe Brady.
Really?
Remember Joe Brady?
Yeah, passing game coordinator extraordinaire who just...
RPO guru?
Yeah, and yet fell off the map. I mean,
Joe, don't call me Tom Brady.
He had that fallout, and Carolina fired him, and was that Matt Rule that canned him?
Then he went to LSU, or was that LSU?
He was there before, yeah.
And then he went, where is he now? Bills?
I think that's right. I think he's the Bills OC.
Bears, the favorite is Cliff Kingsbury.
I can see that. Kingsbury did talk about this year how he wanted another job, and the job he's done in Washington is spectacular. And Kingsbury wasn't terrible in Arizona.
No.
He had some good starts. They never really finished. And now, with everything with Kyler Murray, I think some of that has been lifted off of Kingsbury's shoulders.
Who is Liam Cohen?
He is the offensive coordinator for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and he's in that God, why can't I think of his name? The
McVay coaching tree?
No, who just from Carolina, the
Canales.
Yeah, Canales. So him and Canales were the one that kind of resurrected Baker, and so
I want to keep that private.
He is a name that you hear popping up on a lot of those. If you can't get Ben Johnson, and you want an offensive guy, he's kind of that next in line.
Liam Cohen. He is the favorite to get the Jags job.
Okay, and that would make sense. Again, you're sticking in Florida and you're trying to bring someone that needs to, I'm not going to say fix Trevor Lawrence, but this is a big year coming up for Trevor Lawrence to kind of get back on the right track.
And then the Jets, it's a tie between Vrabel and Jeff Ulbrich.
Come again?
Yeah.
Just keeping Jeff Ulbrich.
Yeah, it's a tie. That's the odds. I'm not saying they're doing that, but that's the odds. Yeah.
Okay. Can we just...
Well, something tells me you don't like Jeff Ulbrich.
What? So you get rid of your defensive head coach.
Robert Saleh, who, by the way, is going to interview for the Jags job.
Okay. So you get rid of Robert Saleh, who's in charge of running the defense.
Little fun fact there.
And you promote Robert Saleh's defensive coordinator in Jeff Ulbrich. And do you know what happened to the Jets defense as soon as Robert Saleh left?
Off a cliff.
And Ulbrich took over. It crashed and burned.
They were like a top 5 defense across the board in every category with Saleh there, and then just tanked.
On God's green earth has Jeff Ulbrich done overseeing that absolute garbage fire that leads you to believe that he should get that job? And here's the other one. Someone, please, when was the last time, and maybe I'm just missing some people, when was the last time that the interim guy taking over ended up doing
Rich Bisaccia,
being the guy? I mean, just
right?
Stop with the interim.
I mean, he did have a winning season.
One.
Well, then they fired him.
I just want someone to tell me the last time that the interim guy worked.
Rich Bisaccia.
It did not work.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't. 1 year of like 9 wins is not good.
I think that is good.
We've got to stop with that. Although it's the Jets, and that would be the most.
Let me see.
I'm not sure which is worse, hiring Rex Ryan.
He went 7-5, and then they fired him. That's unbelievable. He was winning. Why'd they fire him?
I don't know.
And they didn't even let him finish the season.
This is Rich Bisaccia. I don't know.
Or maybe that was that 7-5 after? Okay, so I'm sorry. That's wrong.
Okay.
Because he was the interim.
Yes.
And they didn't hire him.
Okay.
Remember that? So remember there was a big push to get him hired.
Yeah.
And they ended up not, and he moved along. That's right. He was 7-5 as the interim coach.
Okay.
Okay. So when was the last time the interim coach?
Yeah, ended up being a real successful guy. I'll wait. It doesn't
just wait.
Doesn't happen.
I'm thinking.
Jimmy Tom Sula.
He wasn't interim though.
He was and then became the guy.
Yeah.
He was?
Yeah. He was like the coach for the last game or two of the previous season. Everyone loved him. The Niners front office loved him.
And that's what
he
happens.
was Jim Tom Sula.
You fire your guy and you bring in the cool guy.
You bring in the guy everybody likes, and then he sucks because people like him, but he's not actually good, and then you got to can him.
And it's usually a guy that under no circumstances, none, that you would ever even interview for the job. But because you need someone to steer this rudderless ship, you need someone to give you a Dutch rudder. You're like, I don't know, promote this guy. And then the players are excited because he's a player's coach and you play hard for him. And then it turns out there's a reason why he was never a head coaching candidate. Remember Antonio Pierce? I think it was Max Crosby that was like, if you don't hire Antonio Pierce, I want out of here. Hey, Max, how did that work out for you?
Yeah, it's always best when the players make the decisions about these things.
I get it.
By the way,
Antonio Pierce is a cool guy, unless you're an Arizona State guy. He's a cool guy, and like you like drinking with him, or he's a cool guy to hang out with when you're running defenses. He shouldn't be an NFL head coach. He was a disaster.
Fun fact, Rich Bisaccia, one of only 2 coaches interim coaches to ever take their team to the playoffs.
Oh.
Yes.
Playoffs?
I've got a full list since 2000 of interim coaches.
I do too. There's a Reddit thread on this.
Oh, wow.
All right. Well,
wait, of interim coaches or ones that
Interim.
were ended up being hired? There's a difference. He's asking aren't you asking when they hired the interim guy permanently?
Yes.
When does that ever work?
yeah, but I just want to see the list. Is there a good coach?
Leslie Frazier?
Is there a good coach amongst that?
Why'd you gloss over that? He was pretty good, wasn't he?
No, he never really did much of it.
I'm looking for one.
Let me look.
Yeah, I'm asking because every time they hire the interim, I sit up here and I'm like,
Jason Garrett?
Really? That's where we have to go to.
I mean, he won some.
We have to go to Jason Garrett.
Can I offer you this?
Please. I'm desperate.
Leslie Frazier was the interim in Minnesota.
Okay.
He then got hired, went 3-13.
Yeah, it's not good.
Followed by 10-6 and a trip to the playoffs.
It's tasty.
Where they lost to the Packers in the wild card game. The very next year, 5-10-1 and fired.
And yet, I'll bet you he's one of the better ones.
I mean, that's not. I mean, he got him to the playoffs after a 3-13 season.
Playoffs?
What is that? Like, he went like 20-30 then.
I know. I'm just listen. I don't have a lot to work with here. I'm trying.
Yeah. Don't hire the interim guy. Much like the
Romeo Crennel.
I want to run.
Romeo Crennel. Remember when I was talking to the Timbers and the Thorn staff, and I just had one simple piece of advice: don't sleep with the players. Just don't make sexual comments to the players. Don't touch the players. Just don't. This is my same thing with the NFL. Don't hire the interim coach. Don't touch him.
Romeo Crennel.
Don't look at him. Just don't.
Was interim coach for the Chiefs in 2011.
Yeah.
Went 2-1.
Tasty.
They thought, wow, this guy's really good.
Gotta keep this guy.
Next season, 2-14, fired.
Stop. Hiring the interim coach is sleeping with the secretary. Don't do it. Seems like a good idea.
Ooh, I got
Seems like a fun idea. It doesn't end up well for you. It just doesn't.
I got another one.
Yeah. Give me one more.
Hold on. I got this.
Give me one more.
I desperately want to throw something in your face.
I
But
do.
I can't.
I want one to be good.
Well,
Mike
Leslie
Tice?
Frazier was good.
Mike
okay.
Tice.
Mike Singletary.
God. Mike Singletary was the worst coach of all time.
No, he was
Yes,
not.
he was.
God,
He
you
was
are so
bad.
hyperbolic.
Jim Tom Sula's a better coach than Mike
God.
Singletary.
Whoa. That is not true.
That is insane. That is insane.
Mike Singletary's threatening players. He wants
Pulling
to
his
fight
pants down in the locker room, showing his ass.
Mike Singletary 5-4 as interim coach in 2008 for the Niners.
Hired him.
They hired him. He went 8-8, 5-10, fired. Damn it.
And then Tom Sula won that game, the 16th game of that year.
This goes back, by the way, to my player thing, the Tom Brady. Mike Singletary, arguably one of the 3 greatest linebackers of all time. It just plain does not mean Sean McVay wasn't a good football player. He's a really good head coach.
Ooh.
Right?
I got one more.
Being successful on the field does not mean that you know what you're doing when it comes to running a team. Unless you're Tom Brady, then you're so handsome and you're fine. The only Tom Brady can't do, apparently, is make his wife happy. Other than that, he's fine.
Well, and do his prep for a broadcast.
That's true.
Tom Cable, 4-8 as interim. They still hired him. He went 5-11 and then 8-8.
And was that before or after he punched somebody out of his own
and
staff?
punched another coach.
That's why he got fired. Because he was 8-8. He was getting better.
And punched a coach in the face.
Yeah, you can't do that.
No, you can't. I had a buddy that played for him and just says that dude is wild. Like you want to talk about high T coach? I give you old Tom. Him and Mike Tice would both literally challenge players to fights and thought they could win.
Oops. Doug Marone.
Oh, Doug. Doug.
Aha.
Now you got one?
Well,
I don't
he
think you
was.
do.
Well, I do. He was 1-1 as interim. Jacksonville hired him in 2017. He went 10-6
That's good.
and made it all the way to the AFC Championship game. In your face,
That's when
it worked.
That was when they lost to New England, right?
Yeah, I thought. For some reason, I thought that was.
Wasn't that like the
Yeah, it
ultra
was-
low
yeah.
scoring?
Yeah, it was Bortles.
For some reason, I always thought that was either Coughlin.
No, he was long gone.
Yeah,
Who was that?
it was Marone.
Oh, that was Doug
Just-
Marone.
That's what I just told you.
Okay.
10-6. So he went 1-1 as interim.
Yep.
10-6.
Yep.
Went to the AFC title game.
And
Do we have to keep going?
yeah, we got to keep going.
5-11, 6-10, 1-15.
1-15.
Yeah, then they fired him. Hey, but you're dismissing
I am dismissing.
2 quality
I am.
interim
I
hires
am dismissing.
in Leslie Frazier
I am.
Out of like 30 in the last 25 years.
and Doug Marone.
And
Hey,
boy,
listen, I'm not done.
Quality is a really loose. That's
No,
a
you are
loose
done 'cause we
term.
have to go.
Yeah, we
Oh,
gotta
okay.
go.
All right. I have, coming up next, I have something very exciting for all of you. And we are titling it The College Football Crack Block
Let's go.
on the Fan. Well, it is a good night for college hoops. Buckley's is telling you that Florida and Tennessee are clashing tonight. Tennessee, the only undefeated team left in the country.
Down 9-0 early.
Yeah, they're already down 9-0.
I got Pitt and Duke up on the TV
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if Pitt looks like they got a good record. They're not ranked.
Jeff Capel returning to the Cameron Indoor there.
Yeah.
He's the coach at Pitt. Good little night.
Mm-hmm.
Good little night.
Well, I read an article today on what'd you call it? Like the offensive guru behind Auburn basketball team. You kind of forget that Auburn's.
Who's the guru behind? It's not Bruce Pearl?
No, it's
analytics guy.
Yeah, it's like an analytics guy, and just kind of a guy that Bruce Pearl that brought in, and a little redemption story. And I forget what the guy's name was, but I always kind of forget that Auburn. When I think of Auburn, I think of football, but Bruce Pearl has it rolling down there.
Yeah, I think they're number 2.
Yeah, they were
right?
in the story. They were number 1, but the story might have been
they lost. Tennessee's 1, Auburn's 2. Iowa State or somebody maybe 3.
You're like, I don't know.
Anyway, I will say, and I said this while you were out on vacation over the holiday, college basketball is grabbing me again.
Yeah,
because a lot of these teams have upperclassmen. Like it's better ball because of the transfer portal.
Well, and it's the same
has
thing.
allowed older players. And now, granted, none of these guys have played with each other, so November and December were pretty rough. But now you get into conference play in January. These guys have played for a couple months together and practiced for a couple months. These teams are kind of gelling, and they look a lot better than they used to because it's all upper class. Many of them are upperclassmen. Unlike Duke isn't. Yeah. Duke has a lot of freshmen, and Arkansas does with Calipari. But other than that, most of these teams have a lot of experience.
Well, and what's nice too, and you're seeing this because I watched a little bit of Kentucky and Florida had a good one the other day that it was going around on Twitter, and I flipped over to it, and that was
106-100.
Yeah, and that ended up, I think that was like 5 versus 8 or something, and Kentucky ended up pulling that out, and they were talking about it on the broadcast, and the same thing is true in college football. Early entries into the NBA and college football are down like 25 to 35%, depending on what sport you look at. Because now some marginal guys that, were borderline first round picks in college basketball and maybe second and third round guys in the NFL, they're sticking around. And because you can make serious money now in the collegiate game. And some guys, like a Drew Timme, for example, Drew Timme was worth more in college. Dylan Gabriel is probably worth more if he could somehow get another year, and he doesn't.
Well, like Evan Stewart's a good example, I think. Yes. I mean, he's probably maybe NFL caliber, but would be a second or third day pick. He can come back to Oregon and get a nice bag.
Yeah, and he said he's coming back.
He said he's coming back. And I'm guessing that under the old way of doing things, Evan Stewart probably says, hey, I'm a big physical guy. I can show out, I can run, I'll have a good pro day, and I'm gonna take the NFL and see what I can do, start my clock. Whereas now, you can come back, and I'll bet you for a guy like Evan Stewart at Oregon, that's probably $1 million, maybe a couple hundred, $600,000, $700,000, $800,000.
Somewhere around there, though. Yeah, at least $500,000, I would think.
And so I do think that this new world of NIL is going to build better. It's going to build better teams. Now it's going to neuter a lot of the smaller teams that just become the transfer portal farm system. But as far as
in basketball, there's like 300 of those teams.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, in college, and it makes me sad when I look. Montana State just lost the national title. And
good game.
They have an All-American tackle.
Walk-off punt.
Walk-off punt.
You see that?
All-American. I did see that. We were watching.
That was weird.
But their All-American tackle is in the portal, and they say that he is going to be one of the 2 or 3 best tackles in the portal. And then you see like Idaho's tight end is gone. And I know those are like the small schools, but even the lesser schools, Iowa States of the world and Oregon State, Washington State, Cal, places like that, you just get ripped apart. That part sucks. But for a school like Oregon or Ohio State or Bama, they'll just keep reloading, and you don't really have to go into a season as one of those big boys with big question marks. You can find proven players at just about any position, and that will make for better high-end teams.
All right, coming up next, are you ready for the college football crack block? I don't think you are.
No one. Crack blocks are illegal now, so
I know.
So no one's ready.
This is going to be hot.
Sounds dangerous.
It does sound dangerous.
Might be.
Is it Dange Witch? Remember that?
Yeah, the Subway sandwich.
That might be.
Broncos orange, let's ride.
I can't believe Subway's still a thing.
Has there ever been a commercial that aged as poorly as Russell Wilson's Dange Witch? It's spicy.
Well, I don't know if it aged poorly. It just was never good.
No, but Russell Wilson, dangerous.
Mr. Unlimited.
Gosh.
All right, well, we'll get to that coming up next on The Fan.
It's the Vancouver Ford.
To you by George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
On 1080 The Fan.
Yeah, we were talking about transfers, and it's really helping both football and basketball.
Yeah.
And it's to the detriment of the lesser schools, obviously.
It's killer.
But you were making a good point during the break. I'll let you re-disseminate it to the people. But you were talking about donors.
Yeah.
And what schools are best in line to benefit most from.
Well, there's a lot of talk that the SEC is like
portal.
Joking. SEC is a basketball
Oh
conference.
yeah, that's what we were talking.
Yeah, we're talking about that.
Because the SEC, if you haven't seen, we were talking about college basketball.
Yeah, they're rolling.
Dude, it is loaded this year. The SEC is unbelievable.
Yeah,
in
Tennessee,
basketball.
Florida, Kentucky are all in the top 10.
Arkansas's
up there.
I mean,
Alabama's up there.
Yeah, it's a legit league.
But there's this notion out there that the SEC is now just their run of dominance is over. And look, the SEC is going to be good, right? In football, we're talking about LSU, Bama, Texas. These schools are going to continue to be great. Great tradition, a lot of recruiting benefits down there, all of that. But one thing to remember is back in the day, you could buy, and look, everyone bought their roster. If you don't think Oregon was buying a roster for the last 20 years, I don't know what to tell you. If you were going to be competitive in college football 20 years ago, you were buying kids. The SEC had a more advanced way of doing it. Everyone was doing it. They all had to feed at the trough. But for $4 to $5 million, you could buy an elite roster. It used to be to get a 5-star kid to come visit you, it was anywhere from $5 to $10 grand, right? And it would cost you $100 grand and maybe a car to bring in one of the big time athletes. And so for schools like Bama and LSU, they had no problem coming up with a couple $1 million.
Well, they thought it was what, like $200 grand for Cam Newton, something
exactly.
like that?
But they also kept kids home. You got to remember, they have in those states, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia,
put up fences.
They have so many kids
Yes.
that are just groomed there.
Yeah.
That generally stay local, so it's even easier to get them. Yes, you have to pay them, but you didn't have the Oregons or the Ohio States of the world having this big bucket to come in and swoop them out of there.
Yeah, so now it's harder than ever because it's a national recruiting profile. Kids, it's no longer just I'm staying in my backyard. Look at Oregon's roster, for God's sake. It's all over the place.
Well, yeah, because the SEC, like if you grew up in Alabama, why would you not want to go play at Alabama? Not only are they the best, or Georgia or whatever, they have the most money, and you get to stay close to home. Like, there was no reason to go anywhere else.
But here's the problem. Like, when Kirby Smart comes out and says, I want some of that Dan Lanning NIL money, we all kind of laugh because you're like, oh, my God, it's Georgia.
What an
but
idiot.
He's not lying. When Nick Saban came out and was critical of Texas A&M, remember that recruiting class under Jimbo Fisher? He was being serious because he was like, dude, Alabama boosters, we need to go. Places like Bama and Georgia do not have just this never-ending run of millionaires because it is no longer feasible to put together a $3 or $4 million roster. We know in college football to put together a top 15 roster, you need $20 million. You need somewhere between 15 and 20 million just to be competitive. And for places like Georgia and Bama that do not have giant rich boosters, it is becoming increasingly difficult for them to stockpile talent and pay for the kids that they want to pay. And not only is it harder for them now that you have to come up with more money, I promise you, Auburn does not have $20 million coming in donations. They just aren't. And Florida State is another one of these that does not have a huge donor base. Miami has a couple big ones, but Miami struggles. They don't have a big donor base. They've got a couple hammer ones, but they do not have some of the resources that Texas and Ohio State and Oregon have. Oklahoma apparently is struggling with this as well. And so as we move into this new world, not only do you need more money, but you now have more schools that are willing to do it. Schools like Notre Dame, which weren't actively feeding at the trough the way that the Alabamas were, and some other schools out west that dabbled in it, but never went full SEC. You've now opened it up to where every school can do it. And some of these schools, in fact, how about that? BYU just landed the #1 prospect in the country, the #1 NBA guy for next year because they were paying $7 million for him.
They got a bunch of money.
They got a bunch of money.
The Mormons.
The Mormons have money.
Well, and the other one is SMU.
SMU has stepped up to the table and is like, hey, we may not be Alabama, but we have more money than Alabama. We have a hell of a lot more money than Alabama. So you now have more schools with more resources entering the fray at a higher clip. And I do think it is going to be harder and harder for some of the traditional SEC powers that maybe have smaller donors that used to just be frenzy guys. Remember the main guy at Alabama was like, he was like a car guy, and I think he had some relation to like Bear Bryant. He was like Bear Bryant's like grandson or something. And he was a millionaire, but he wasn't Phil Knight. He wasn't the SMU
You know what,
billionaires.
to piggyback off of that, you know what's really wild? You got me to thinking. Phil Knight, of course, Oregon is one of these too. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, if you say Oregon, BYU, SMU, uniquely positioned with just their donor base and the situation that they're in to really feast in this new environment.
Notre Dame too.
Notre Dame. I don't know who else you would throw in there. But what's really wild, if you just keep it in the state of Oregon, is two of the richest men in the country. One of them is a graduate of Oregon.
Yep.
And the other is a graduate from Oregon State.
Oregon State.
The problem is the Oregon State guy is a computer dork who doesn't give a rip about sports, the NVIDIA guy. And Phil Knight is like Mr. Sports and dumped a lot of resources into his football program. Isn't that a kick in the pants if you're an Oregon State fan?
Yeah.
It's like, because what you're talking about, Oregon State doesn't have that in spades, but they do have one dude they have a Phil Knight.
They could solve that problem tomorrow if somebody wanted to.
He doesn't give a rip.
Yeah.
And I asked Scott Barnes, we had Scott Barnes on not too long ago, and I asked him about that.
Did you ever, if you looked into
I'm like, hey, dude, what are you doing with this guy? Like, does he care about sports? Do you talk to this? You know, and he, he danced around it. Like, I don't, as a matter of fact,
Because I think he has donated to the school, like
in
small amounts.
The engineering program and everything, but not sports. But what's he worth? The NVIDIA's, it just hit an all-time high. Like, the guy's worth.
I think he's worth more than Phil Knight.
Yeah, I think he is too.
Yeah.
I forget his name. But
Jensen Huang.
Yeah, he doesn't give a rip about sports. And Barnes, punted on the question, but I really want to know how much they've tried to get into that guy's pocket.
126 billion.
Yeah.
God, what's Knight at?
I think Knight's like 70 or 80.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But
it's just crazy.
It's just something to keep an eye on.
33.7.
That's it?
That's what Google machine's telling me.
Yeah, Nike's been
taking a little. But just all of these SEC schools, when you hear their coaches, and you've heard this from Lane Kiffin, you've heard it from Kirby Smart, you've heard it from Nick Saban.
Ooh, what about Stanford?
If you got it, do they care?
There's a bunch of alumni.
Stanford is.
But you get a bunch of Jensen Huangs there. You get a bunch of NVIDIA guys.
That's true. But this is known for its sports, though, too.
For sure. When you hear these schools in the South kind of complaining about needing money, we all laugh at it. But I'm telling you, talking to people, that is more of a thing than you realize, because they just are not donor bases that have the big heavy hitters. If you ask me again, who is poised, if this is what really ends up being the future of college football, just keep an eye on SMU. SMU will rise. They're in a.
Well, they already have. They were just in the playoff.
just in the college football playoff. The first year.
I enjoyed.
And I know that they didn't quite belong, but if you don't think that roster is going to continue to get better and better and better, realize that in this world of shuffling conferences and trying to scrape together all the money you can, SMU went to the ACC and said, we'll take no money. We will sacrifice $230 million worth of future TV money just to be in a Power 4 conference. And when someone brought up, are you seriously not going to take $230 million? Their donors laughed. Their donors laughed and was like, yeah, I think we can swing the $35 million a year.
So the first time I'd seen SMU play this year was the Clemson game, the ACC title game.
Yeah.
And it was great because on that broadcast, they showed the suite with all those dudes sitting in there with their big old cowboy hats, drinking beer. It was something.
Yeah.
I was like, that right there, that suite right there is going to put that program over the top.
Yep.
Did you see the photo from the playoff game against Penn State where the airport in State College was like so impacted, they got diverted, like the billionaire donor plane got diverted to like Harrisburg or somewhere that they had to bus in, and they missed the first quarter of the game, and people are saying there's about like $2 billion worth of donor money on this one bus that's making their way to
Suddenly
State College.
they buy the State College football stadium.
They buy the airport too while they're at it.
They buy the airport.
Well, and it's my buddy he's a big Husky guy, and and he's been involved in their athletic department, and I know a real frustration level with UW is in Seattle they are surrounded by money, billionaires, huge companies, and they just can't get any of them to.
Yeah, they just don't think it's important.
They just can't get them to open up. Where the other one that I've heard brought up a lot, who has a sneaky rich alumni base that does care, is Nebraska.
Really?
Yeah. Supposedly Nebraska has a sneaky big broad base that maybe doesn't have the SMU billionaires, but there is a lot of successful people from Nebraska, and that they may be poised to be robust in the NIL era, and
cool.
and throwing some weight around.
Well, we'll push off our college football crack block. I know you guys were excited, but we got onto something else there.
We got derailed there.
We'll do that later. Up next, it is time for In the News. The era has become, Jason. Sticky the Kitty has passed.
Sticky.
Here's Buckley.
This is a Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, breaking news in the NFL this afternoon as the Las Vegas Raiders have fired head coach Antonio Pierce after just one full season with the team. The Raiders will retain the services of GM Tom Telesco. That makes 6 head coaching vacancies in the NFL currently. Raiders limited owner Tom Brady expected to be part of the collaborative committee for the hiring of the next coach in Las Vegas. Chicago Bears GM Ryan Poles said the team has not ruled out any avenue for finding a new head coach, including a trade for another team's head coach. Meanwhile, reports indicate the Dallas Cowboys have not yet responded to Chicago's request to interview Mike McCarthy about their head coaching position. Some good news for the Oregon Ducks as receiver Evan Stewart indicates on social media that he's returning to Oregon for another season. Oregon also bolstering their receiving core in the transfer portal today, earning a commitment from former Florida State and Alabama wide receiver Malik Benson. A top 10 matchup in college hoops going on tonight as number 1 Tennessee's visiting the number 8 Florida Gators. Florida currently with a 22-12 lead in the first half of that one. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Soup on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
You know, I was sitting on my couch this morning, as I do.
Yeah.
Feet propped up, drinking coffee.
I have a chair. I don't really sit on the couch. I got a sitting chair.
Little Molly on my lap.
Little Molly Tengies.
She likes to hang with me in the mornings. And Fox 12 was on. I think it was Fox 12. And you know who came on my TV?
What do you got?
Ken and Donnie.
The Donikins.
The Advocates now running funny TV ads.
They're taking over.
They did a bit on Tomato. It was pretty good.
Yeah. All right. Well, that feels.
They're everywhere.
They're everywhere. Well,
except on billboards.
And I'm telling you, I don't know if you've noticed, but when you drive up to Seattle now, or when I drove to Canada, there are so many horrible, super high T tough guy billboards for personal injury attorneys.
I found out a fun fact, not to derail us, but I'm going to go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Las Vegas, the reason you see so many billboards for personal injury attorneys is because personal injury attorneys go there because state law makes it so that they can double dip on injury claims from both insurances.
So that's
Aha!
So you get all the
not
the
what Ken and Donnie do.
No, believe it or not, there are some good personal injury attorneys that are not crackpots that actually have your best interest, and that's where the advocates come in. Most of the times, people just look to settle. Don't put any real work in, get a few bucks for you, put a bunch of money in their pocket, and that's not the way Ken and Donnie and the advocates work. So if you have been injured, if you've ever thought to yourself, should I call an attorney? It's free. It's free to call them. It's free to hire them, and I promise you, they're going to treat you right. They're good people.
Yeah, so if you've been injured, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Go see our friends at Advocates, at The Advocates. Their website is advocateslaw.com.
program asked, well, if SMU has all this money, why didn't they buy a roster when it was cheap to do so? They did. It was called the death penalty.
Yeah. 1982? When was that?
Yeah, it was in the 80s. It was Eric Dickerson and Craig James.
85?
Yeah, they were one of the preeminent programs in the country.
Yeah, they definitely did.
And then they got the death penalty. So it set them back a little bit.
That's probably a Gen Zer.
Do
your homework.
I just laugh when someone's like, how come SMU?
Or sarcasm?
What?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe they knew that.
They were probably just being sarcastic.
No, because they asked why didn't SMU and BYU both win when you could buy a roster for $3 or $4 million? BYU wouldn't, and SMU did, and then got.
BYU has too many morals.
I know.
And SMU had too few.
Exactly. And now they can meet in the middle and now just pay everybody.
It's all on the up and up.
Yes. Bottom line is, get yourself a billionaire donor and you'll be fine.
Except that you have to get one that's not a nerd.
Yes.
Like Oregon State.
You got to get a billionaire owner that loves sports.
January 7, 2025, it is time for In the News. I am your noted and humble newsman. Thank you. Please be seated.
Yeah, let's do that.
It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is National Pass Gas Day.
Oh, really?
So I want you to fart. Can you fart on command?
Nah, I can't. Plus, if you do, man, you got to be real careful about that. That's a bold move. I call that the gambler, and sometimes
like for an oopsie.
Yeah, sometimes you roll snake eyes,
an oops,
and then you got a problem. I've got the poo in my hands.
We also have it as a bobblehead day today.
Oh, really? Are bobbleheads still a thing?
Yeah, you know what? We got. Fun fact: my wife and I got our own bobbleheads from the kids.
Yeah, one of the 3D printed things
for Christmas.
Yeah.
They were the cutest little thing.
That's adorable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very
I
cute.
don't. In fact, I threw away a bunch of bobbleheads just the other like around the holidays. I used to have some on a shelf in my office, and I was like,
yeah. Why do I have those?
Yeah, I just threw them away.
I think I have some in storage, some old ones like Tiger Woods and all that.
I had a bunch, and they're just random ones. I don't even just over the years.
Satchel Paige.
I'll be I don't know if your family ever did. I mean, that's cool that they got you the three, your own.
Yeah.
But back in the day, it used to be my family was I don't know what to get him. Get him a bobblehead, and you're like, you get a bobblehead of or a Funko or something from some movie you're like,
Well, we've talked about Sticky the Kitty here.
Oh yeah.
Before, because the dude who found Sticky the Kitty, and that was the kitten that was glued to the road in Salem.
Yes.
Back in 2018.
It was terrible, by the way.
Well, the guy that found the kitty and rescued the kitty, his name is Chuck Hawley. He has been documented. There have been a lot of features on him nationally about how he used the cat to create children's books. He created a series of children's books about Sticky the Kitty. I regret to inform all of you, and I really do regret this. Sticky the Kitty is dead. The son of a bitch went and glued it to the street again.
Natural causes, I hope?
Yeah, he was just old.
Old Sticky the Kitty.
Yeah.
I remember that story. That thing was adorable. It was like a tiny little kitten.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
But ended up with a good life.
Yeah. I do not understand how people can hurt innocent little animals. I don't know. That one that doesn't compute. Doesn't compute in my old brain.
So what's his nuts? Chuck. Did I say his name? Chuck. I just said it. Yeah, Chuck Hawley.
Yeah.
Thanks for paying attention.
Well, I couldn't remember.
He got another cat. So Sticky passed away. This was just last week. Brief illness. Very tragic. But
Chuck also has an 8-pound Chihuahua.
Yeah. Chuck went to the Oregon Humane Society, and apparently a kitty paw reached out from a kennel and touched him.
And that's when you knew, huh?
And he has now taken that cat. Yeah. By the way, the cat's name is Alan. He has taken that cat home.
If I thought my dog would be okay with it, you could convince me to get a. You could convince me.
Sticky the Kitty.
Yeah, I'd do that, but dogs and cats don't necessarily jive. So, plus I think the cat would beat up my dog.
Did you just admit that you'd become cat guy if you could?
No, I said I would be open to the idea of having a cat to go along with my dog.
You made a lot of fun of Mike Lynch for being cat guy.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll make fun of anyone. If you're a man and you're a cat guy, yeah, I'm making fun of you. Now, if you have a dog and you get a cat to go along with it, that's all right. But if you're just a cat owner, yeah, I judge you.
2 sea turtles washed up along Oregon's beaches in the final days of 2024 due to hypothermic shock.
Oh,
It's cold out there.
yeah. With the ocean changes and all that.
So we had 17 sea turtles last year wash ashore. That is the highest number in the state in any given year. It is seasonal. During warmer seasons, they'll go out hundreds of miles out, which I think is amazing, right? Like just these little turtles, and they just
some of those turtles are
hundreds
big.
of miles. Yeah, right. Well, whatever, but it's all relative. None of them are huge, and they
In relation to the ocean, they are small.
yeah, and they go hundreds of miles out to just find food.
Yeah.
Like, why not? Yeah.
Oh.
Stay a little closer to home.
I don't know how the turtles do it, but if you've ever gotten to like swim with the turtles, it's an amazing thing.
But anyway, when the temperature decreases, they migrate to warmer waters, and if they don't get there in time, the colder ocean temperatures up here force their bodies into a hibernation type of state, and that's when they wash ashore because they're literally out there just like
bobbing. But once they wash up,
so once they wash up, they do not die. This is what I want to get at.
Okay.
Is what they're warning us is if you see those turtles on the washed up on the shore, leave them alone. They may not be dead.
Ah, so there's only one thing to do when you find a turtle on the shore. Am I right?
Poke it with a stick?
Leave it alone.
How are you supposed to know if it's dead or not? I think
you just leave it.
I think you poke it.
It might be dead. It might be alive. Just leave it.
When we see dead stuff on the beach, we just tell our kid it's resting.
That's right.
I stand by my find me a situation where it's wrong. Hey, I don't know if that's alive or dead. Poke it.
You're not talking about assaulting it, just a little nudge.
Just a little nudge.
Well,
Yeah.
who care? Like, I don't care if I don't want to know if it's alive or dead.
Gentle nudge.
I assume it's alive. Let's just leave it alone. It's freezing its little turtle balls off. Let's not touch it. Or maybe give it a little blanket.
I'm not touching it. I'm poking it. It's a stick. And if it does move and I think it's alive, why can't I then warm it up? What if I've got like
Just leave it alone.
What if I got like a heat ray?
You're not a hero.
Oh. Hey, that's not true. I have saved many a fish that have washed up. If I see a fish moving around on the shore and it's washed up, of course, I take a stick and then I fling it. I go from a poke to a fling, and I work it back out. Like with the puffer fish, absolutely, you fling it back out in the waves. And then the disappointing part is when you see that same one wash up like a minute later. You're like, damn it.
Stupid fish.
Yeah, I just saved your ass.
What would you put in a 100-year time capsule?
Poke and stick. 100-year like so
Yeah.
I'm
So
trying to,
it'll be opened in 100 years.
to signify. I would say a smartphone.
Yeah.
That would probably be one for me. You know, I'm trying to think of like what would be indicative of our society. The phone would probably be the first thing that comes to mind.
Well, this is a thing up in Vancouver, and we'll get to that story next on The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Miller runs straight ahead. There's nobody there. On his way to the 30, to the 20. Cam Miller, touchdown. 64 yards, the whole field opened up.
Yeah. North Dakota State has now won 11 titles in 15 years.
They're like the Yukon women's team of FCS.
Montana State had the number one team all year.
Our Bobcats.
Couldn't beat them.
But our Bison, congratulations.
Bison. The Fan's Window into Sports brought to you by Window Nation. 50% off all window styles and 2 years interest-free financing right now. Schedule an estimate by calling 866-90NATION or log it on to windownation.com.
The home of The Fan.
Got some hot off the presses Trump drops today from Buckley.
Oh. These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them.
He's on one today.
Does rain really go drip?
He's talking about showers.
Yeah, I mashed up two.
But he called it rain.
Well, so I mashed up two different drops there. He had this one.
It's called rain. Comes down from heaven.
When he was talking about how we have as much water as we could possibly need.
He's claiming that anyone that has a water shortage is stupid.
If you have a low flow shower, it's dumb because we have enough water and we don't need to be doing that.
And like,
so you have these slow, crappy showers.
It goes drip, drip, drip.
Between rain and oceans, we can have as much water as we want, and it's just.
I see.
The windmills are driving the whales crazy.
Who wants to? What?
Just
the windmills are driving the whales.
Oh yeah, if you listen to today's thing, there have been like 17 whales that have washed up in Massachusetts because of the windmills, and they can't bury them in the ground. But if we can finally do that, and he's going to fix that, then we'll be fine.
Buckle up, baby.
These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them.
We're going to buy Greenland and Canada,
and rename the Gulf of Mexico.
Wait, what?
Yeah, look,
the Gulf of America, baby.
There's a lot going on.
The Gulf of America.
Yeah,
yes.
Seriously.
None of this is made up.
I did not see any of this.
Yes.
America, yeah.
When are we swearing in?
January 20th.
Same day as the college national championship game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It is in the news, January 7, 2025. 13 days to our new fearless leader.
Mm-hmm.
Taking care of those low flow shower heads for us.
And Greenland, get ready to pack your bags.
Vancouver's Main Street Promise Project is creating a pedestrian-friendly commercial district between 5th and 15th Streets downtown. Mm-hmm. The last time they overhauled a street to this degree was 1908.
Does seem like it's been a bit.
So this guy, Michael Walker, director of Vancouver's Downtown Association, said, well, how can we honor this moment in history? How do we build a connection present day to, 100 years forward? And he said, I've got it. Aha! Light bulb moment for Michael. Time capsule.
I'm asking a serious question here. Has a time capsule ever been cool? Like, ever?
I think the idea of it is, but...
Because, I remember we did these, in school or, Cub Scouts or jerk practice, whatever you went to, I don't know. It's like, hey, we're going to do a time capsule. Does anyone dig these up? And when we do dig them up, when's the last time something cool? Where I don't ever remember a story about anyone digging up a time capsule.
Well, I think cool is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
And I also am a little confused about how people 100 years from now are supposed to know of the time capsule. Because isn't there I don't know, something you pass forward to let people know that it's there? Or are you just saying that most time capsules are just buried and then somebody will come across them at some point? Because they've put this on a 100-year timeline. So they expect someone in 100 years to open this. I don't know. So how would they inform
Was there some
them?
documentation that says, hey, they sent a letter that says in 100 years, go dig this up in this location?
Yeah, I don't know.
That was the plot of Back to the Future, right? Back to the Future 2?
Yeah, I think so.
That letter delivered. I'm guessing that the vast majority of time capsules never get dug up.
For $1,200, Vancouver's Downtown Association purchased a stainless steel box measuring 20 inches wide and 16 inches high. It is 9 inches deep. He says it's not very big, but it's watertight and it's built to last centuries. And so now the question is, what will Vancouverites put in it?
Again, I guess money would be one. If you put in a dollar, because I'm assuming in a couple years, money won't be a thing.
What if you put a crypto coin in there?
I don't think those are real.
Well,
put a digital wallet in there.
Yeah, put a digital wallet.
And then no one will remember the password, and they won't be able to get that Bitcoin.
It'll be worth $2 billion.
By the way, according to information from the International Time Capsule Society.
Okay. I love that.
Would you care to estimate the percent of time capsules that are lost track of and will never be dug up?
96.
Within 5 years.
What do you mean within 5 years?
Within 5 years, this percent of time capsules are lost and will never be.
Oh, I would venture to guess the vast majority. That's kind of the point.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Well, no. I think the point of a time capsule is that you dig it up at some point. These will not be dug up.
I don't think so. I've always thought that the point of a time capsule is to bury it And then, however, if someone comes across it, someone's building, Earth is moving, it comes up. It's a pleasant surprise for those who found it.
According to the International Time Capsule Society, this is incorrect.
So they want every time capsule to be found at a certain time?
Time capsules always have a time set, and it's supposed to be dug up. But this percent are lost after 5 years.
Can you read on there about how they... It's probably 95%.
You're right, 95%.
But can you read on there about how they inform people of the future?
Most
they're supposed to open it.
So I'm reading through here. By the way, who knew there was an International Time Capsule Society? Most are done by community or schools or organizations, and it is supposed to be passed down through those organizations to future generations.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are indeed marked by some sort of plaque or sign in order for them to be dug up.
That makes sense.
And
so
most
people
are
know
not.
it's there,
and
they walk by it for 100 years, and then they're like, aha, it's finally here. Let's dig it up.
In fact, most people after 5 years are like, what, that thing was dumb and we never remember it. So this one will not be dug up, but...
Well, anyone in Clark County can submit an item to be buried in the capsule. If you go to, they have a Survey Monkey submission form online that you can go and put on there what you think should go in there.
What would you put in there that you believe is representative of the time?
I don't know.
I'm going to AirPods.
Maybe a couple of betting slips.
Futures tickets for
on the Ducks.
Charlie Woods.
Hey, 100 years from now, you need to know the Ducks were only plus 250 to win the title.
12-time national champion Oregon.
I just like the idea of money. That would be money or a smartphone, maybe a MAGA hat.
Yeah, I think a smartphone, something tech related, because it'll be so antiquated so quickly, would be cool.
The other one too, I wonder if like a plastic, because I'm like plastic is killing us. And I would assume in 100 years there's going to be no more plastic. We're going to come up
to handle with hazmat suits and stuff.
So I would like maybe some plastic bottles. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Here's what plastic was like.
Yeah. I'm guessing in the future we're going to come up with something and be like, oh my God, I can't believe everything we had
was, a physical map
was plastic.
Maybe a low flow shower head.
Except no one uses physical maps anymore. What are you doing, a time capsule from the 1960s?
It goes drip, drip, drip.
With that little caption on it. Okay, so they've already put... so the Downtown Association has created a flyer peppered with images of potential items for submission, including a doll, a plastic dinosaur, old photographs, a defunct cell phone model, a necklace, a baseball,
puka shell, I hope,
coins, and inexplicably, teeth.
Teeth?
Yeah.
Are we not going to have teeth?
They've already received a commemorative plaque from the grand opening of the Hilton Vancouver, Washington, which will go in there. And the Port of Vancouver will contribute an aerial photograph of its current property, which is very exciting. Other individuals said they'd like to donate Kiggins Theater movie tickets or books of poetry.
Can I say this?
For the time capsule.
Time capsule seems really lame.
Well, spice it up, Big Soup. What do you got?
Classic German pornography? I don't know.
Whoa.
Just a stack of classic Euro porn. Now that would be something to dig up in
Why Euro porn? Why not local porn?
I think Euro
so
porn.
People could...
I was thinking maybe something a little cooler, a little more free than
maybe you could contribute your Who Song and Larry's Day Drinking Award.
There you go. My perfect day drinking certificate.
Why don't you throw that in there?
Nice.
You'll be famous 100 years.
That's precious to me.
Well, that's time capsule news.
Yeah.
You don't seem excited.
No.
It's your bird.
It is.
Vancouver.
I'm not going to put anything in there, nor am I going to be around in 100 years to dig it up. And let me ask you this. In your neighborhood, okay, your neighborhood,
okay,
you've got to walk 4 blocks, and you find in your neighborhood society, they're like, hey, we discovered a time capsule from 100 years ago.
Okay.
100 years ago.
Pretty cool.
Early 19, like, oh my God.
Yeah, I'm in.
We're digging it up on Saturday.
Yeah.
You're going?
No, I want somebody else to dig it up.
No. It's being dug up, but they're going to open it up. All you got to do.
Oh, just go to
Saturday,
see what's
1 o'clock.
in it. I just read about it in the local flyer.
No one cares.
I care. I don't care
to
go all the way over.
You don't care to walk.
You
3
said
blocks?
4 blocks.
3 blocks.
You said 4.
I'm saying 3 now.
2.
No.
Across the street.
3 blocks. Across the street, you still wouldn't go.
Yeah, I would.
What
Across
if
the street.
What if you had a golf game?
Then I wouldn't. I would just have somebody tell me, hey, can you go to this?
What if it's raining a little bit?
Yeah, I'm out.
I think we know where the importance
Still.
of time capsules land.
It's
It's
kind
called
of
rain. Comes down from heaven.
It goes drip, drip.
It goes drip, drip.
The next 4
Drip.
years are going to be great.
That's here in the news, January 7, 2025. It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 5 at 5 is next on The Fan.
The windmills are driving the whales crazy.
The forecast calls for wet weather. It's time for Pub Beer's Wet January Report. Remember, dry January is fine, but don't judge people that need a beer with their football. Pub Beer, cheap fun.
All right.
You know who needs a drink? Me. Because Buckley's supposed to come up with audio for this. And it's the second day in a row he hasn't.
Well, why not me?
I need a drink.
Why is it all about you and not me?
How
We're
about
in this together.
We, the editorial we, need a
Son
drink.
Of a bitch.
I'm turning to the executive producer of this show, Jason Swigard, to take this seriously.
Where's the audio?
Give me a beer.
We're the talent. We shouldn't have to work.
I'll tell you what, dry January.
I thought you guys were coming up with it.
Get the hell out of here, dry January.
Hey, dry January's fine, but don't judge people who need a beer with their football. That's the tagline.
That is the
Pub beer. Cheap fun.
Every year, as many as 19% of Americans participate in dry
right, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Tuesday. Sports Bros, Rob and Sook. Big Sook's right over there.
Ready.
I'm Rob. We've got Ryan Buckley here.
Hello.
He's trying to force the Tiger Woods Golf League agenda upon us.
You'll note I haven't mentioned it since.
I will note
we
that.
called you out for being a shill for it. You're clearly getting paid.
Starts tonight.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I was watching the college basketball game on ESPN here, and at the breaks, they're showing the golfers like Shane Lowry
The
and Matthew
walk-ins?
Fitzpatrick walking in to the. I guess they're in L.A.
Are they trying to make
I think
golf?
it's at SoFi, right?
Are they trying
Yeah.
to make golf hip? Is that what appeal to the youth?
Yeah, I gotta tell you,
Is that what they're doing?
there's nobody here that loves golf more than me, and I will tell you, I do not care about this one iota.
That's anyone. I can't wait to see what sort of crowd they come up. I mean, they've got to be paying seat fillers. There's no way you can broadcast this and have nobody there.
I don't know.
Or maybe there's buzz. You said it's at SoFi, right?
Tonight at 6, ESPN 2 or ESPN. One of the ESPNs has it on.
Jeez. I'm busy watching my Detroit Red Wings right now.
We've got our college football crack block coming up at 5:15. It's a series of college football notes we have yet to get to. I was thinking about career touchdown passes today, and we will get to a segment on that at 5:30, or at least that's what's in the notes.
Catching or throw ball?
We'll see. Throwing.
Okay.
Yeah. Because Rogers got the 500. And then Club 1080 Take tonight. off your shirt and throw me. The Hots will stop at nothing.
Well, nothing can stop the Hots.
The Hots will stop at nothing.
It's just it's an avalanche of hotness, and we are living in a golden age of hotness right now.
I just saw breaking sports news, and it's not going to be in the Hot 5 at 5 because I just saw it. And I've already prepared the Hot 5 at 5, so I'm not willing to bump anything.
This is number 6.
This is number 6, yeah. Ryan Buckley should be happy. The Giants just signed Justin Verlander. 1 year, $15 million.
Fine.
You're giving that a meh?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, he's not any good anymore, is he?
Well,
He's
what are
always
we going to do with him for 1 year?
Well, you got Kate Upton.
Well, that part is nice.
She's going to be in a Giants jersey. I'm going to show you my boobs.
Yeah.
That's something, right? Should be there at the games.
Take off your shorts and dunk me.
How old is Verlander now?
He's in his 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's
I'm
old.
not excited about this at all. I mean,
It's a nice
it's
little
1
back
year,
end guy,
whatever, but
right? I mean, you got Logan Webb.
this is hardly a splash of a signing.
You got Logan Webb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have Logan Webb.
Mm-hmm.
And you got a lot
Harrison.
of bats like
Kyle Harrison.
Verlander. Who else is in the rotation? Do you even know? Do you even know your own team?
Oh, not very well.
Well, I went and saw a Giants game last year. I saw him play the Yankees.
Who peached?
Who pitched?
Well, they had
You saw him.
the
didn't
great Blake Snell.
It wasn't.
But-
Yeah, they
He's
had a
gone.
Blake
Where
Snell.
did Snell go?
He went to the Dodgers, right?
Oh my God, that's
Stayed
right.
in the NL
Yeah.
West again.
The stupid Dodgers.
Yeah. But I remember watching that game, and literally everyone that came up for the Giants was all hitting like 212. It just was a.
That's their bit.
It was a bevy of.
It's like the Mariners.
Robbie Ray,
Oh yeah, Robbie Ray's back. Forgot about him. And Verlander.
Hayden Birdsong, Keaton Wynn, all the hot names.
My buddy turned to me and go, "Do they have anyone that's any good?" I'm like,
Not really.
Nobody ever hits there. Who's
Nope.
their last great hitter? Buster?
Yeah. And I mean,
They had that Bonds guy. He was pretty good.
Oh yeah, that guy.
him.
Well, like Hunter Penn. Like they've had some guys that come through there when they were.
Hunter
you know,
Penn. I
Hunter
mean,
Pence?
that's a stretch.
He's an awful hitter.
Hunter
He's a
Pence was
clutch
pretty
guy.
good for him there, right?
He was fine, but I mean, he wasn't like. I mean, if that's where we're going after naming Bonds and Posey, we're in trouble.
Hey, they won World Series for God's sakes.
Yeah, they sure did.
Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, he
Pablo
did.
Sandoval. There you go.
Sandoval?
Until he got fat.
Yeah.
Which time? Like
Yeah,
4
multiple.
times.
Anyway, the Hots will stop at nothing. That story in the club right now. The Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com.
It goes drip, drip, drip.
Now wait.
Number 5.
Okay, so this is not in the Hot 5 at 5 either, but I did want to correct. I wanted to correct Ryan Buckley. The TGL, which is the Tiger Woods golf thing that he's got going on, the debuts tonight. It's TGL stands for Tomorrow's Golf League. It's in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida.
Oh, cool.
At a place.
Not SoFi.
Well, it's the SoFi Center, which is an indoor venue on the campus of Palm Beach State College.
So it is at SoFi.
Wait. So a little bit of a step down from the SoFi
I think that's
stadium. Right. Would you say the Palm Beach golf? Like
Palm Beach State? Is that even
Palm
a real
Beach
college?
College.
Oh my!
Is that real?
You couldn't find a better place to hold this thing?
They all the golfers live there. That's why they're holding it there.
Palm Beach College.
Former Washington State football coach Nick Rolovich loses his anti-vax lawsuit against the school.
Oh.
Now remember, he argued he was Catholic and therefore exempt from the state's vax mandate. No. The judge found in discovery that Rolovich never cited religion once when questioning the vaccine to friends and family and coworkers. His concerns were all secular. Ultimately, the judge ruled that the school could not accommodate Rolovich without undue hardship.
This is going to be like on my deathbed when I claim all the religions. That way, when I get to the other side, I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Yeah, you got it right. Can't do that. You got to have a pre-existing religious condition.
The number one team in college basketball is Tennessee.
Not for long.
No, they're getting smoked. They're 14-0. They're the only undefeated team left. Early in the second half, they are at number 8 Florida. It is 39-18 Gators. Never underestimate Rick Barnes' ability to choke.
He did have some. He had some wondrous collapses in Texas. Where did he go after Texas?
Tennessee.
But he went right from there. There wasn't a stop in between.
I think that was it.
Yeah, I double check. I think Texas to Tennessee. Ducks 15th in the AP this week, a 13-2 record. They will take on, get this, they're taking on Ohio State and Penn State on the road this week.
Revenge game.
Football.
It's going to make up for the Rose Bowl.
One college football note, the Mountain West has added Northern Illinois as a football-only member,
which is
beginning in 2026.
Powerhouse.
Again, of all the strange things, Northern Illinois to the Mountain West, and where the hell are their other teams going to play? It's just football.
They don't know.
By the way, you are right. Texas to Tennessee.
Oregon. What?
2015. He'd been there a while.
Yeah. Oregon gets a win in the transfer portal. They land former Alabama and Florida State wide receiver Malik Benson.
That kid has never done much of anything.
He gets an extra year due to the recent NCAA ruling on JUCO players. He says playing with Dante Moore is intriguing, and he averages 12.5 yards per catch.
Yeah, his best season, he's had like 25 catches.
After Jordan James declared for the NFL draft, the Ducks are predicted to land the number one running back in the portal. That is Tulane's Mekhi Hughes.
Now, that is a big one. No offense to the receiver kid, but that's a big get. He was the number 6 overall player in the portal, had a big year at Tulane. That's a difference.
They haven't landed him yet.
He's also the brother of Naeem Offord, who they flipped from Ohio State on signing day.
And more good news, receiver Evan Stewart took a peek at the NFL, but he announces he is returning to the Ducks.
Another big get. And I know it's not official yet, but that's all the report. And Dan Lanning had the Duck tweet, which means there's that back from Tulane's coming.
Titans have the number 1 pick in the upcoming draft, but have fired their GM, Rand Carthon. He's the one who got in the power struggle with Mike Vrabel. Ultimately, Vrabel was fired, Carthon was given control, and now he's being fired because they're the worst team in the NFL.
Great move.
Ownership's really done a number there. They basically fired GM, head coach, GM, and now they're siding with their head coach again. It's
stupid.
You would think that you would just clean house and start new, but I'm guessing that Callahan hopefully will have some say in this, or at least someone that he wants to work with. It's kind of important to have some synergy there between the two. And they'll get a new quarterback.
As for Vrabel, he has already interviewed with the Jets. He is expected to meet with the Bears tomorrow. One other note, defensive coordinator of the Colts, Gus Bradley, has been fired.
Well, everyone's going to get fired in Indy next year, probably.
Turfed.
They'll doing one more year, and then everyone probably gets run out.
They should bring in Jeff Saturday.
Pete Carroll apparently is interviewing with the Chicago Bears.
Nice.
So the Bears are going to screw this up, guaranteed.
Number 1.
And number 1, yesterday he said he felt safe. Today he is not safe. He has been fired. The Raiders have turfed coach Antonio Pierce, who went 9-17 in just a season and a half.
Yeah, I can't believe they made him do that press conference and fired him the next day. I give you the Las Vegas Raiders.
I can.
Everybody.
The Bears do that with Eberflus after Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Just, you know what you're going to do. Just have some element of respecting class.
Well, bad organizations remind us frequently that they are, in fact, bad organizations.
Yeah, they don't
this is
know
one
what
of
they're
those.
doing.
This is one of those hallmarks of that.
Hey, good news for the Lions. Running back David Montgomery is tracking to return for the divisional round of the playoffs.
Yeah. Originally, they thought he was out for the year, and then they said no. And they were talking to us on an interview with Dan Campbell, and he said that he just smiled and said he's making progress.
Yeah.
But they do think he'll be ready to go. And Terrion Arnold, who got hurt, got carted off in the Vikings game, negative on the foot, no break.
He has no foot?
No, negative on the broken foot. And they are saying he's day-to-day, so people are speculating that maybe he still might be able to go, which would be a big deal because they're so depleted in the secondary.
Victor Rico's Mexican food brings you the Hot 5 at 5, a hit with the whole family. Order in-store, online, or delivered to your door at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. Coming up next, our college football crack block on The Fan.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker
Here's the situation.
with a new iconic long sleeve tee
It's over, we think.
and a must-have hoodie in your favorite college colors.
Football's football. Football's football.
Football's football.
Of course, you can still pick up the classic fan tee and the special edition Mike Lynch Fight Against ALS shirt. Check out the Fan Merch Locker now at 1080 The Fan.
There's a lot of people. It's like Woodstock, except everybody's got their clothes on.
.com.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
Northbound beginning at Iowa Street, still heavy slowdowns if you're going to 205, about a 30-minute drive overall. And if you're trying to get over the interstate bridge into Vancouver, it's a 35-minute drive as well. I'm Ken Luttrell with traffic.
This traffic report brought to you by
TriMet. TriMet is hiring light rail technicians. Starting pay over $41 and a hiring bonus of $7,500. Learn more at trimet.org/maxtech.
People say fall is football season, but if you've ever been to Big's Chicken, you know it's wing season and football's a side dish. My Saturdays, Sundays, Monday, and Thursday nights start with Big's wings. They're smoked, then fried to perfection, tossed in their killer dry spice, and served with a trio of Big's sauces. You know, you might not even need the football. Dine in, take out, or catering. Check them out at bigschicken.com.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody is the most emotional issue our clients face. If you're a divorcing father, the relationship with your children is about to change. But that change doesn't have to be for the worse. Kids already feel the stress of parents who don't get along, and they can thrive after a divorce. Kids trust their dads. Their dads trust Goldberg Jones. Call 1-800-DIVORCE and get your phone questions answered at no charge.
Serving the greater Portland, Vancouver area.
Hey, it's Suk. How about a simple New Year's resolution? One where you're guaranteed to succeed. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You are going to feel more confident, more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair
Brought to you by George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
On 1080 The Fan.
Well, it is official as we begin our college football crack block. The Ducks do get Mekhi Hughes, the running back from Tulane. He is a former 3-star recruit from the class of 2022. He was at Tulane and rushed for 2,779 yards, 22 tutties.
Number 1 back, number 6 player in the transfer portal. That's a big get considering that Whittington and gone and Jordan James gone.
Where'd Whittington go?
He's just out of eligibility.
Is he a senior?
Yeah, he's a senior. So I think he'll try his hand, I'm sure, at the next level. But you lose your 2 best backs, and obviously they've got some youth behind it, but nothing proven. And so this is the Oregon Ducks going forward. I'll still be surprised if they just go in with Dante Moore and that's it. This just isn't the way it works anymore. It used to be that you moved on from a back or receiver or whatever, and you had some freshmen coming up behind him. But when you're at these schools now, it's really become a transfer portal thing where, yeah, you do have some freshmen and you have some young guys that need to step up and play, but you're always going to go out and you're trying to get a proven guy. And when you can get one of the best backs in the country, why would you lean on an unproven youth when you can go out and get a guy that has done it before?
Now, when is this stupid transfer portal close? Like, can you just keep landing guys all the way up to spring ball then?
Well, there's another portal. There's another portal after spring ball as well. So yeah, this is.
So when does this?
When does this one end?
I'm looking up the dates right now.
Yeah, because it opened during bowl season. I mean,
well, I know, but I'm asking when it ends, and that because if there's going to be a quarterback, they got to get him pretty soon.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, this goes back to supposedly there's a rumor that as soon as Notre Dame or whoever is out of the playoff, that Notre Dame's already sitting on a guy.
Getting Ewers.
That seems to be the rumor. At least that someone's going to throw a bunch of money at him. But
who are the other quarterbacks in the portal?
I don't think there's a lot of big ones right now.
Maybe that's why they're going with Dante Moore.
It's possible that there just isn't one out there right now that really moves the needle. I'm trying to think of one.
Well, the Washington State kid went to Oklahoma.
Yes. Mateer.
There was some kid at Florida State who was the backup that was supposedly really high.
So the winter window.
And he went to Mississippi State.
Yeah, the winter window is officially closed, but you can if you're already in the portal, you can now sign whatever.
Yeah, so you had to declare that you're in the portal by the 28th, but once you've done that, then you can.
So it's
you're
open?
still available, I guess.
Okay, so this is just going to keep dragging out.
And unfortunately, let's say you finish up at whatever this playoff. You can just jump in April 16th. So
playoffs. Right. So you missed. You couldn't enter. Like if you're Quinn Ewers, he has to wait till April to enter it.
Yes.
He can't just jump in it. But the kids that are already in it can find a home all the way up until spring ball.
Yes. And so a guy like Quinn Ewers can basically say at the end of, if you want to, let's say Texas finishes up whenever, right? They win it or they don't. He can basically say, hey, I'm not coming back to Texas. And he's not in the portal, but he will be in the portal. And supposedly, teams are already throwing a bunch of money at him. And that's what Jim Mora was talking about at UConn. Everyone's tampering. Like you're not supposed to talk to a kid till he's in the portal, but you got agents now officially tied to these kids. It's not hard to and Washington State was complaining about this, Oregon State was. Look, if you're one of these big schools, you are putting out a lot of feelers to any of these kids at lower schools or the big ones and asking, hey, are you happy? Is there something we can do or what's it take to entice you?
Is it tampering if the school talks to an agent?
That I don't know.
That doesn't feel like tampering.
I don't think you're supposed to, but
there's no real guidelines.
I don't know and really there's no real guidelines, period.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I mean, you can.
Fernando Mendoza, the Cal kid, he ended up at Indiana.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, signed on with Signetti.
And then you had Miller Moss leave USC. He's at Louisville. Connor Wegman went to Houston. And we didn't talk about this because it happened over the break, but Malik Murphy went to Oregon State.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
DJU Part 2.
Well, and the Heward kid now in his 4th school going to USC.
USC. And
wait, who's that?
Sam Heward.
Sam Heward.
Remember
he's going to USC now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his 4th college.
Fourth school.
What?
Yeah. Well, and is it Jaden Rashada?
Yeah, he transferred again.
He transferred again. So this was the kid that he got offered like $10 million to go to
Florida first.
And then that fell apart. So he flipped from Miami to Florida, didn't get the money, got all pissy about it, went to Arizona State, didn't work out at Arizona State, went to Georgia, didn't work out at Georgia, and now is back in the portal.
Is he any good?
He's never
Hard to
really
know.
played.
Yeah.
He played a little at Arizona State, but not enough to go on.
No. And Malachi Nelson, who was the 5-star quarterback that was supposed to be the future of USC, he went to USC, didn't work out, went to Boise, didn't work out. And did he end up at UNLV?
UTEP. He's going to be a minor.
I thought he went to UNLV and it didn't work out, and now he's at UTEP.
Oh, I thought that, well, he was most recently coming from Boise, though, wasn't he?
Well, then he's now at UTEP. Anyhow, to go from like the future of the USC program to Boise to now UTEP, I mean,
that's crazy.
Dude, it's
wild.
It's
out
on
there.
and on.
Is Malik Murphy good? I didn't mean to make a joke about. Oh, well, I did. I was just making a joke. But is Malik Murphy I feel like that's a pretty good get for Oregon State. He was at Texas. And then he went to Duke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's like 11-3 as a starter. And the big thing about him is he's physically big. He's like Cam Newton size. He's like 6'5", 230.
All right.
So he threw 2,900 yards, 26 touchdowns, 12 picks.
Duke was pretty good. They were a bowl team.
For Oregon State, I think that is a really, really nice get. I think you're very, very happy with that. Because you had a lot of problems last year, but one of the big ones was indeed quarterback. I mean, it was a glaring thing. So you would hope that Murphy provides some stability there. I'm looking here at the official portal rankings, and there's still some kids that are undecided. Damian Wilson, big edge player out of Georgia, he's in the portal but hasn't gone anywhere.
Who's the top player in the portal?
The top player in the portal is
Mateer
was the top player.
No. I mean that hasn't committed.
That kid, the Damian Wilson from Georgia, edge rusher. I'm looking here. We've got apparently Luke Kromanek, the Florida State kid.
Yeah, that's what I said. He went to Mississippi State.
He went to Mississippi State. I was just looking at the quarterbacks that I'm trying to see if there's any quarterbacks in the portal that haven't committed somewhere.
So maybe they're waiting on the Ducks. I mean, waiting on Quinn Ewers.
Could be. Absolutely, it could be.
I would not rule that out.
Or
I think
they
that's
just
entirely
are
possible.
Maybe they just really think Dante Moore is the guy, and they're gonna.
Yeah, see, I would be more inclined to think that they might have a shot at Ewers. If they get Ewers, how does that change how you feel about next season? Even though I know there's a lot of young guys and turnover, but
look,
dude,
I just think that
stabilizes things a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I do not think Oregon will. I think Oregon has the potential next year to be more like a Penn State and Ohio State. I think there's going to be some growing pains. I think there's going to be some lumps. But the beauty part about it is you can take those lumps. Your schedule is not a killer. And even if you lose a game or two, I just think there will be some losses on that schedule because of the amount of turnover. And there's some studs waiting to come up. But I just think with that level of turnover, I would assume you're taking a step back. And if it's Dante Moore, again, there should be some growing pains in the quarterback position. But you add in a veteran guy, let's say it is a Quinn Ewers. Yes, I do think that changes.
Yeah. That helps him a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, even though Ewers has been pretty up and down this year.
Yeah.
He goes in and follows what Nix and Gabriel did.
Mm-hmm.
They'll tighten him up. He'll be a lot better in their offense. I'm looking through the transfer portal. Most of the quarterbacks are gone.
Yeah.
I'm just scrolling through like the Prabula kid, who is the Penn State backup.
Penn State that had to leave in the middle of a national title run.
He went to Missouri.
Yeah.
The Liberty guy, who the Ducks played in the bowl game last year,
Caden Salter.
Yeah, he ended up going to Colorado.
He's good. He can run.
Wegman was a big recruit.
He went
was
to
the
Houston.
A&M kid. He went to Houston. Miller Moss is now at Louisville.
Yeah, I said those two, but Jackson Arnold went to Auburn.
Mm-hmm. And he was the 5-star kid that was supposed to be great at Oklahoma.
That's what got Gabriel pushed out.
He was the one that pushed Dylan Gabriel out.
And the Mensa kid from Tulane went to Duke.
Yeah, which surprised me because him and Mateer were the top two guys, and no offense, but that just kind of seemed odd that he ended up at Duke.
Did you hear about former Ducks quarterback Ty Thompson, who was also at Tulane?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're converting him to a tight end.
Thank God.
Yeah,
he was so bad. Did you end up go and watch tape of him in the playoff or in the bowl game?
You were talking about it, and
that's the worst quarterback I've ever seen.
It's not good
ever. And I've seen some bad quarterbacks.
Really, really bad.
So
I went back and watched them after you said that I had to.
Dude, what did you think? Was I
As
exaggerating?
bad or worse than you could possibly
I've never
describe.
seen anything worse than that at quarterback than Ty Thompson. Yeah. And I hate to say that because, kid and the whole thing.
Rip on
but
him.
like he was prepping for that for weeks, and that's what it looked like.
Yeah, and they were playing Florida, and he just was so bad. So they're moving him to tight end.
Yeah. Well, and maybe that'll be good for him.
Dynamic player with the ball in his hands.
Well, look.
No, he wasn't.
Maybe this way.
At all.
Sometimes quarterbacks never want to move, but sometimes it's the best thing for you. Jalen Milroe, I'm looking right at you.
All right. Well, okay. I'm going to save the rest of the college football crack block for tomorrow because we have a show tomorrow.
We do.
Did you guys know that?
No show Thursday, though.
No, because the Ducks taking on Ohio State.
And that whole college football
in football again. Did you guys hear about that?
They're
doing playing it again.
They felt that the draw was so unfair.
No countsies.
They're playing again.
Well, yeah, it's 1-1 this season now. You need the rubber game.
That is true.
That's right. And we're going to get it on Thursday when Dana Altman takes his boys to Columbus.
God dang, what do you think?
What if Dan Lanning will be there? You're talking with. Well, I guess
Can you imagine how much crap he would get if he were in Columbus at the Ducks Ohio State basketball game?
Oh God!
The student section.
It would.
What would that experience be like? Would Lanning fight somebody?
I don't think he would. I think he's cool about it, but some coaches would.
It would be, but they would be relentless. It would be awful.
Yeah,
it would not be good. It'd be real bad.
The kids
again. The college football world kind of united to make fun of Oregon, and so just lay low for a bit.
Well, he ain't going to the game.
No, I'm just saying it would not be a good idea.
What if he yelled that at him?
Well, I guess in basketball you would talk with your sneakers or.
Yeah, talk with your jumper, I guess.
Yeah.
They should taunt him by saying, "Hey, we cooked on your grill."
You know what? I'm going to cook on your grill.
They did more than cook on your grill. That wasn't a grill cook. They cooked on your grill.
They cooked you. They kicked you out of your house and slept in your bed.
Yeah, it was one of.
We'll
those.
be talking about that one for a long time, won't we?
The dog followed you home. It was.
You ever see a cheetah stretch?
It's bad. It's real bad.
Yeah, so I'll save that for tomorrow. Thinking about career tutty passes. Next, here's Buck.
This is a edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by George McCoy at warreналlen.com.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, breaking news in the NFL this afternoon as the Las Vegas Raiders have fired head coach Antonio Pierce after just one full season at the helm. The Raiders will retain general manager Tom Telesco. We now have 6 head coaching vacancies in the league currently. The Chicago Bears have reportedly been denied permission to speak with Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. There's also reports the Bears are going to interview former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll about their position. Some good news for the Ducks as receiver Evan Stewart indicates on social media that he's returning to Oregon for another season. Ducks also landing a couple players in the transfer portal today, including running back Mekhi Hughes out of Tulane. They also bolster their receiving core, earning a commitment from former Florida State and Alabama wide receiver Malik Benson. A top 10 matchup in college hoops going on as number 1 Tennessee taking their undefeated record on the road to number 8 Florida, but it's the Gators all over Tennessee. They lead by about 20 in the second half. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's Desk Top Player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Got a smart speaker? It's The Fan in your office and every room of your home. Tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
I'd actually like to go back to John's first question, Shad. Back to you. I know you noted that if this head coaching candidate was to say, hey, I think the medical needs to be reevaluated, the health and wellness, if they were to say, I would like to reevaluate the front office and the general manager, what would your response be?
My response would be, how would you improve it? And then if it is credible, you want to do it, okay?
Whoa. Okay, so that's the Jags owner?
Yeah, who fired the coach but didn't fire the GM, but says that the coach wants the GM fired, then indeed he would be willing to fire him.
And that was on a GM call, or on a Zoom call with the GM, he said in front of that he would replace him.
Oh,
Everything's
my God.
No, nothing to see here. We're all...
What is he, Woody Johnson?
I don't know. What's happening?
Who's leading the charge? Powered by Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase this month. Online at batteryexchange.com.
Join your local Crunch Gym to crush your resolutions in 2025, starting as low as $9.99 per month. Plus, you can join today for 25 cents to enroll and your first month free. Stop by your local Crunch Gym in Aloha, Beaverton.
Brought to you by George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
On 1080 The Fan.
When you don't need to worry.
All right, I was thinking about touchdown passes today, career tutties.
Career tutties.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Okay.
Sometimes I think.
Really?
Sometimes I take the dog on a walk. I know it's
don't do that.
First time for everything.
We think.
Sometimes I take the dog on a walk and I think about sports. It's part of my show prep, award-winning show prep.
Get a chance to just get away from all and let the
You just think.
the ruminations happen.
Yeah. And I was thinking about Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Because Rodgers got his 500th career touchdown pass this weekend.
Did Lazard catch it right?
Lazard got it, and then he threw one to Devontae Adams after that for 501.
Yeah.
So that's 5th overall.
You are correct, sir.
All time.
I
He
saw
needs
that.
5 more tutties to catch Brett Favre.
Mm-hmm.
He needs 36 to catch Peyton Manning. Breeze is at 571, and Tom freaking Brady.
Oh, he's lapping.
649.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten that he got that high. Anyway, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, well, Rodgers is kind of the last of the old guard franchise guys, right? Like,
yes.
Manning's gone, Brady's gone, Breeze is gone, Roethlisberger's gone.
Aaron Rodgers is a little bitch. Rivers got to be up there too, right?
River, yeah, I think he was 6th or 6th or 7th. Rivers, all those guys are gone.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I thought, well, who then is next to 500? This was the question that I was pondering. And boy, the only guy that came to mind was Russell Wilson, and he is at 350. So he's not getting there.
He's not getting there. The answer was probably Mahomes, right?
Well, do you know who the active leader is? Well, Rodgers is the active leader, but after Rodgers,
Stafford, maybe?
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
Stafford's at 377.
He's not getting there.
But he's not getting to 500.
I wouldn't think so.
Unless he's got to play 5 or 6 more years to
and
get
he
there.
doesn't have it in him. He's pretty beat up.
Yeah, and he had 20 touchdown passes this year.
Yeah, and that's not. So he's not getting there. Where is
So the top 3 in active besides Rodgers are Stafford, Wilson, and Kirk Cousins. None of those guys are getting to 500. Cousins isn't even to 300. So Mahomes is one of the few guys who is on the list, like, he's way down there, but he's on the list, who is under 30. But he's almost 30. He's 29.
Yeah.
Mahomes is at 245.
What about Jared Goff?
Yeah, again, he's low.
Is this like going to be like 300 game winners? It's just like we just don't see many coming. Like,
it's weird though because it's the era now is so pass happy.
You're playing more games.
You play more games, and I would think throwing more touchdowns. But maybe the longevity of players just isn't what it used to be.
But some of these guys we're talking about, like,
but longevity is what it used to be. Tom Brady played till he was 50.
Yeah.
But again, give Josh Allen and Mahomes, Burrow, Herbert. I mean, Herbert has as many touchdown passes at the beginning of his career as anyone.
See, I was going to say Herbert is a good, but he might, he's a good one. I was looking at him today, but he's 20. He's almost 27, 28.
Yeah, but he's got another 10 years.
You'd think.
And you put
30 a year.
You put
300.
30 a year. You got 300. Where is he at?
Let me see where he's at.
Because let's realistically 30 a year, because there's going to be some that are 40 and some that are down, injuries or whatnot. But I'll put another 300 on Herbert, no problem. And that takes him to 37.
Or
how old did you say?
Double check his age, but he's not as young as you.
Well, yeah, he played
as
more.
You think?
Justin Herbert is.
He's 26.
26.
And he doesn't. And he doesn't turn. Oh no! Well, he turns 27 in March. So
yeah,
he's at 137.
Okay, so he's got.
And Burrow's right there with him.
So both of those guys are going to get, barring injury, they're going to get into the 400s. It's just a matter of, do they keep playing into their 40s? Because every one of those guys on that list that you were talking about played forever.
Yeah.
Right? I mean...
Yeah, because Flacco's up there.
Yeah.
Tannehill's up there. Yeah, I mentioned... here's a funny one. Did you know that... No, I'm going to make you guess. Guess which quarterback will pass Joe Montana on the all-time tutties list next season, or should?
Joe Montana? So Montana's can't be up there that much, right?
Well, no. I think that's part of the fun of this is that... Just guess who it is. Who do you think it is?
It's not Brock Purdy, is it?
It's got
God,
Brock Purdy?
Well, I thought it was going to be funny because of the Niners
what
thing.
In the hell?
No, he's way down there.
Purdy?
Purdy's only thrown... God,
like 30.
He's thrown way less than Garoppolo, Geno.
Okay, so it's not going to be like a Mahomes.
Yeah, Purdy's only thrown 60.
Because that wouldn't be funny.
Like Derek Carr?
Derek Carr. Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Isn't that funny? Like, Montana is only at 273.
Yeah. So you have the active or the all-time list. Yeah. Where's Troy Aikman? Because Troy Aikman threw for like 15 touchdowns a year. Like Troy Aikman, Hall of Fame quarterback, 3-time Super Bowl winner.
The stats just aren't impressive.
And I'll bet you that there is a bounty of players that are like, what the hell, that have more touchdown passes.
I am a scrolling fella.
I mean, like I said, his numbers are kind of Joe Namath-esque.
I must have
look
passed
at him.
him.
You're like, what?
Well, I'm now at Nick Foles, so I know I passed him.
You're at Nick Foles.
Well, I'm scrolling.
165.
Okay, so
Troy Aikman's at 165?
Yeah.
So that puts him, there he is, yeah. That puts him 82nd all-time, right in between Lamar Jackson, Brad Johnson, and Jim Plunkett.
Yeah. Who else? I mean, who? Give me some get names. That
you
are
want a
ahead,
good one?
That are ahead of him that you'll be like, what?
Ahead of Aikman?
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot.
Yeah,
but
just give me...
Kitna.
Oh, that's all you need to know. John Kitna has more touchdown passes. That's what I'm looking for. John Kitna, more TD throws than Troy.
Jaworski. Steve Grogan. Craig Morton.
Steve Grogan has more?
Sammy Baugh.
Giant neck brace? It's a different game.
Some guy named Charlie Connerly.
It's just a
Norm Snead, the great Norm Snead.
Does Phil Simms have more than he does?
Steve DeBerg.
Hey, Steve DeBerg played forever.
Roman Gabriel.
Yeah.
Do you want me to keep going?
Kinda.
It's just
John Brody
winning Super Bowls. Troy
Ryan
Aikman,
Tannehill. Tannehill has more than Aikman by a lot.
For all the crap that we give Eli Manning, because the only reason Eli Manning's in the Hall of Fame is because he won Super Bowls. Just Troy Aikman walked so that Eli Manning can run. I'll just say that.
Do you want another fun quarterback career passing touchdown fact?
Yes, I'm enjoying this.
Do you know who has as many career touchdown passes as Dan Fouts? He is an active quarterback.
The great Dan Fouts?
The great Dan Fouts.
I need to know, how many does Dan Fouts have?
They are at...
Because Dan Fouts is phenomenal. He's an all-timer.
Yeah, he could sling it. Where'd they go?
How many does old Danny Fouts have?
Bloop, bloop, bloop. Stand by.
Waiting. Jim Everett.
No, active.
I know. Oh, active.
Yeah.
I was thinking of random, average.
Baker Mayfield.
No, but that's yeah. So they're at 254.
Oh, that's good.
It's like Montana, Flacco, Carr, Mahomes.
An active player.
Active guy. This is unbelievable.
So
honestly, this is unfreaking believable. I couldn't believe it when I read it.
It's going to be bad then.
It's bad. It's just I had no idea he had this many touchdown passes.
Well, that wouldn't be Joe Flacco. I was thinking Flacco because he's been around forever, but Flacco's good.
Flacco 257.
Flacco so around the same. Flacco at one point was the highest paid player in the NFL.
Yeah, it's not Flacco.
Is this
Teddy
person
Bridgewater.
old as dirt?
I don't think of him as old as dirt, but he's been around a while.
I'm going Teddy Bridgewater.
Bridgewater, no. But it's along those. He's a career backup.
Like a Ryan Fitzpatrick or something?
Oh, he's a career backup?
He's not in the game, though. He's not active.
He's a, for the most part, career backup. But the Ryan Fitzpatrick thing is a good comp.
Oh,
is it Jameis?
No.
I was thinking, why can't I think? He started this year.
Who? Who are you talking about?
The Red Rifle.
Oh, Andy Dalton?
Andy Dalton!
Hey.
Dude!
Andy Dalton has as many touchdown passes as Dan Fouts.
Yes! Can you believe that?
No.
What is happening?
No, I can't. Do they have more than? I bet you they both have more than Terry Bradshaw.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, but that's, come on, different time.
So what we're saying is,
Bradshaw 212.
Can you please compare Andy Dalton's total stats to Dan Fouts so that we can make the argument Andy Dalton greater than Dan Fouts?
Okay. Well, again, different time.
I'm just saying yards. Does Andy Dalton have better stats than Dan Fouts?
Here's Dalton.
Yeah.
For his career, he is 37, by the way.
Yeah,
he has
a long time.
A career quarterback rating of 87. He has.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Is Andy Dalton better than we all thought?
Apparently. 253 tutties, 150 picks. Oof.
That's not good.
Yards, he's at almost 40,000 yards.
Good Lord.
Dan Fouts, the great
Dan Fouts,
43,000 yards, 254 touchdown passes, 242 picks.
Oh my gosh.
And a quarterback rating of 80.
So I think we can safely say
that's unbelievable.
Andy Dalton greater than Dan Fouts.
If you learn nothing today,
you learned that?
You got that. Like, take that home or just take that to the bar.
I can't.
With your boys.
I can't.
Wrap your head around that.
I can't fully appreciate that. Andy Dalton?
Way better numbers than I thought.
It's kind of a fun game.
And Dan Fouts threw a lot more picks than I thought.
Yeah. Dan Fouts, by the way, a great drinker if you ever get the opportunity. Miller Lite man, Dan Fouts.
Man.
Of all the stuff that we've brought up on this dumb show, that one will rattle around in my brain for a while.
Times have changed.
That Andy Dalton is essentially.
And, by the way,
Dan Fouts.
Tom Brady is at 649.
Yeah. That's that Wayne Gretzky type record.
How about Ryan Fitzpatrick having more than Randall Cunningham or Kurt Warner?
Kurt Warner, that's wild.
He has more than Kurt Warner?
Yeah. I mean, Kurt Warner was like a late bloomer kind of a deal.
And that's a longevity thing.
Yeah, and Kurt Warner had that weird spell where he sucked. Kurt Warner was great, sucked, and then got great again.
But Kurt Warner's got it just over 200.
With Tom Brady, I wonder if right now he's top of mind because we all watched him. He's in our era.
Yeah.
In 20 years or 30 years or however long it takes, do you think they'll look at Tom Brady and go, was this guy a freaking cyborg? Like, what are these numbers?
Yeah.
Because we never did that with Montana.
No.
Montana was just, he was the greatest because of the Super Bowls, but he didn't have the gaudy numbers.
Yeah.
Are they going to look back years from now on Tom Brady's numbers and go, who was this guy?
And the crazy thing is with that, besides that one Randy Moss year, it doesn't ever feel like he was the guy just stacking TDs. But yet here we are.
Yeah, 650. That's almost 100 more than the next best.
It's pretty
crazy.
And I wonder if, the game now, like, you should be able if you want to, and maybe because of money you don't need to, but you don't get hit anymore, so you would think that if these guys want to, they can play for that long. It's just, does anyone love it and put in the time the way Brady does? Or do you get to 37, 38? Like Aaron Rodgers.
So you're at Stafford level.
Yes.
You just want to party.
Yeah. Like Aaron Rodgers puts all effort into this. You know he does. He's out on darkness retreats, for God's sakes. Whereas Brady, up until the end, he sacrificed his marriage for a 9-win season in Tampa Bay.
Okay, if that would be the guy that I would say has the best chance to do it, is the guy that's wired like Tom Brady. It's not the guy that's as good as Tom Brady. All of these guys have skill, right? It's the guy who's wired that way.
And I don't know who is.
And I don't either.
Because it doesn't.
It's got to be a young guy.
It doesn't feel like a lot of those guys really are, where they're just you know the weird Kobe Bryant like Tom, obsessed.
Doesn't seem it.
No, I mean as great as Mahomes is, he doesn't seem like he's.
No, Herbert's not. No. Mahomes isn't.
No, Allen doesn't feel like that. Lamar doesn't feel like that. None
so
of
you
those guys.
You got to go to the younger guys, right?
Find out who's coming in is just.
It's just wired differently.
Peyton Manning was like that. You know, his body gave up on him, but he was wired like that. It was like all he thought about all day, every day.
All right. Well,
and by the way, some of the reason why those other guys, the Dan Fouts of the world, and this is no shot on anyone that plays today, the amount of hits and just what you were allowed to do to quarterbacks, when you go back and watch old NFL film from the 70s and 80s, anyone that did that today would be thrown out of the league. Like you really can't compare not just the style of play, but just the amount of punishment that those poor bastards took back then.
Yeah, and I could hear Dan Fouts listening to us, yelling at the radio with his Miller Lights, saying that very thing.
Yes. Go look at the hit, like put Montana, the Jim Burt hitter was at Leonard Marshall against the Giants. Like that hit right there. You know, go look at Tim Harris picking up Jim McMahon and power bombing him. And you're like, well, that now if you touch a quarterback in the head or anywhere below his waist, it's a 15-yard penalty.
Someone said, go look at Jerry Rice's numbers comparatively. Of course, he's the leader in yards and touchdowns. Yeah. Rice, 197 touchdowns. Second best, Randy Moss, 156.
Yeah, there's a big gap there.
Mike Evans, you know, if you're looking at actives, he's at 105.
Think about that. As great as he is, he's almost 100 behind Jerry Rice.
And then yards-wise, Rice is at almost 23,000. Yeah. Next best, Larry Fitzgerald, 17.5.
Rice may have that, the same one of those Brady's where it's just
Evans.
It's going to stand the test of time.
12.
Speaking of other psychos who were just committed.
Yes.
And then Evans is at 12,000.
You're seeing the...
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's just, you have to have the weird obsessed. And Jerry Rice was that. He's Tom Brady before Tom Brady.
All right. We'll be right back with Cool Hot Sports Talk.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
As we mentioned, the Ducks got a receiver and a running back out of the portal today.
The receiver has bounced around a little bit, has never really had a major impact, but Hughes, the kid out of Tulane, one of the best backs in the country, and with Whittington and Jordan James moving on, huge get. He was the #1 running back, #6 overall player in the portal.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
Yeah. The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. It's going to be wild to watch Cam Ward be a Titan because I just don't connect Titans with being fun, likable watch team probably since Steve McNair and Eddie George. And even then, they had a lot of games like 2016. God, yeah, it's been a long time. Aaron McNair had obviously some dope moments, but to watch
Hardwick edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue
Brought to you by George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, more hot tomorrow golf league talk. Because Buck continues to try to shove it down my throat. We were talking about it during the break.
No. Just asking your opinion on golf.
It's about ready to start. Did you know that Tiger is not playing?
What?
Well, he's not playing tonight's match.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It's his league. I thought he would be playing.
Is it teams or is it?
Yes.
And apparently he is there. He's in attendance.
He's there. I saw him walk in.
But he's not playing.
No. So you ready for the teams?
It seems a little odd that it's his league, and you would think.
I know. I thought he would be playing.
Look who's horning the content into the show now. You want the team.
This is how you do it. You tell it to me during the break, and then all of a sudden I talk about it. He's smart. Buck's smart.
What channel is this on?
ESPN.
Oh, see, now Sook's turned into it.
ESPN.
This is why Buck's getting paid under the table by the league.
They should cut me a check after this.
Yeah, you got it into the show today. And I'm a golf guy, and I wouldn't even going to bring it up.
How dumb it looks.
Agreed. I mean, they're saying it's supposed to be great for TV. Let's find out.
No, it's not.
Well, it's designed to be.
It's Ludwig Oberg, Wyndham Clark, and Shane Lowry against Xander Schauffele, Matt Fitzpatrick, and Ricky Fowler.
Boy, what?
Oh. So there you go.
Ludwig Oberg. Yeah, exciting. Although he is a Swede. I can't. It doesn't look like it's on here. They're still playing the basketball game.
Yeah, it's on right after the basketball's over.
Yeah, you still got a couple minutes. By the way, Tennessee's losing by 30.
Way to go, Rick Barnes. Yeah. All right. Well, I made an effort to watch it, and it wasn't.
I'm watching it right now.
You what?
I'm watching it right now.
How?
It's on two. It's on probably ESPN 2.
Oh.
You know how they do that.
Yeah, they flip over to it. Yeah.
I'm gonna turn it on here.
Collect. Yeah, you flip it to it, then I don't have to. We can see.
Yes. Oh, we can break for the club?
Well, yeah.
I don't want to.
6 o'clock.
We can live watch virtual golf.
That's not it. What is this? Scott Van Peasy.
The hell is going on?
So he's the host of it.
So it's the New York Golf Club versus the Bay Golf Club?
But those are the teams.
They made dumb little live teams. You know how live has
Yeah.
Bryson's Crushers and stuff like that? They have.
Who's the watchdogs over the Metropolitan?
Great question.
This is going to fail so spectacularly.
Yeah.
I can't even begin to tell
Crystal Clear Pepsi thinks this is a terrible idea.
I like that stuff.
Look at them all. They have their hands on their hips.
Yeah.
This is,
they care.
This is brutal.
They're getting paid.
Ricky's looking like a librarian or something.
He's got his glasses on. So they got Van Pelt, but he's in the Sports Center studio. They just changed the colors.
Ricky Fowler, next candidate for middle-aged lesbian athlete.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. He's halfway there. How old is Ricky?
40?
No,
he's not 40.
He's still young. Yeah, dude, he is going down the Keith Urban road real fast.
36.
Yes, he is a early candidate for the middle-aged lesbian.
Boy, these
I think
guys.
Schauffele's looking at him right now, and he's thinking that same thing. He's like, Dana Carvey, what?
These guys don't want to be there.
No.
Oh my God.
This is
They're doing an interview with Van Peasy.
Schauffele has his hands on his hips, and he hasn't taken them off in like 3 minutes.
I tell you what, Scott Van Pelt will do anything with his hands.
No, he's great.
He'll do anything.
Yes, but he's great. Van Pelt is.
I know.
He's a golf guy.
I'm not talking S on him. I'm just like, this is beneath him.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be. Scott Van Pelt should not be the one doing this.
No.
Who should be?
I don't know. Someone that's.
Dottie.
Where's Joy Taylor when you need her? Just throw her out there.
Well, who's the guy? He drives me crazy, but everybody loves him. He's the golf commentator, the former player.
Johnson Wagner?
No. He's pretty good. The guy who's actually on the.
Smiley Kaufman?
The fat guy.
Oh, Pat Perez?
No.
Well, he's a fat guy, isn't
he?
This
is riveting.
Name old golfers.
He's just naming old golfers.
Jason Duffner.
And Rob's like, no.
The old fat guy.
He's got a podcast.
No.
He's a goofball.
Maybe. I don't know. Got to call you back. Got a guy on the other line about some white walls.
Forget his name. He's not that good.
Doesn't matter.
No.
YouTube chat says, I'm watching radio on TV. If you guys watching TV on the radio.
Colt Nost? Isn't that it?
I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Well, Colt Nost.
I don't know.
He's
people
hot.
Love Colt Nost?
Yeah, people love him. He's a personality. He drives me nuts.
I think you made that name up.
No, he's a former player.
This whole segment is made up.
Well, blame it on.
Yeah, I'll own that one.
Blame it on Buckley.
This whole thing.
By the way, we're betting on Oberg, Clark,
Way to bring this up, Buckley.
and Lowry. That's who we're betting.
Talk about a show killer.
It goes drip, drip, drip.
Yeah.
Someone think about the cows.
Poor Van Peebles.
I love cows.
What do you suppose they're paying him for this?
It's not. It's in his contract.
This is just looped in with everything else he's got going on.
This is one of those where the head cheeses come down and he's like, "Hey, Scott,
we need this thing to be successful, and you're the guy who people think is credible.
I'm going to need you to pretend like you care." Who was it that I made fun of for the women's basketball tournament back in the day, and they got really pissy about it?
It was Van Pelt.
Was it Van Pelt?
No, it was the other guy.
I don't think it was Van Pelt.
No. It was and he's an NFL guy.
Yeah, he was
the other Van Pelt.
He had to be on. He was talking about like the women's.
Oh my God!
Like the women's
prominent guy.
Yeah, I can't remember, but he was teasing
the
like
host
the
of,
women's bracket
NFL
show.
Live, or NFL
male.
I picture him. Yeah, been around forever. ESPN guy.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Like Field Yates or something.
No.
Older person?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been around a long time.
Craig,
this was many, many years ago.
Craig, not Kilborn.
I can picture him. He kind of has a pointy nose. I can picture him.
Hey, let's stay here until we figure it out.
My God. This might be, if you ever wondered where our Mike Francesa moment is, it's right here.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
We had him on the air, and we were talking about college football, and then he somehow was plugging like the NCAA women's bracket coming up or whatever. And I kind of said something like offhand about like, does it pain you when they force you to, and he got really, really pissy about.
You've told me this story. Now I can't remember who it was either.
Yeah. He was like, because it was their only championship that they had that ESPN aired, and he got real defensive about it. And I was like, wow.
Come on, text line. We're not leaving until we figure it out.
Yes, we are, for the love of God.
Damn
It's funny. I can honestly picture his face, and for the life of me, I cannot remember what the hell that guy's name is.
It's not John Anderson.
No.
It's not Reese. I'm
not
looking
Reese
I'm looking
Davis.
through a list.
What?
All right.
What in the
club is
hell?
Hey, the Hots, they will stop at nothing. Next on the Fan.
Big Sook here for the Big
Very sensitive, that Trey Wingo. Also very sensitive, Scott Van Pelt. I pissed off both Trey Wingo and Scott Van Pelt.
Van Peasy.
Van Peasy was when we went back to ESPN, and I tweeted that Van Pelt didn't want to be there talking to all affiliates. And Van Pelt actually tweeted me back and then came and found me.
He's like, come on, man.
It's like,
Those
wow.
are very serious sports guys.
But to actually go and find me in the ESPN cafeteria, it's like, geez, sorry about that. He wanted a retraction from my tweet. I still contend.
Did you retract
Quit
it?
hating, man.
Yeah, I retracted it. Well, it was in front of him. Like, what was I supposed to do? I'm not going to double down and be an ass.
They like to drink their haterade and eat their hater
But
tots.
you can't convince me that Scott Van Pelt didn't lose some sort of draw to have to be the one to come and speak to all the affiliates at the ESPN cafeteria.
Well, we've got the first bit of feedback coming in about the TGL, and it's from Masters Pete, who thinks it's damn cool.
Way to go, Master.
He's watching. Wherever he is, he's watching.
So the 65-year-old retired dentist crowd is what you're searching for.
Well, he likes it.
Way to go.
And he doesn't play golf.
No?
No.
Boy.
He's not a big golfer.
Who would have had a mid-60s retired dentist in Palm Springs not playing golf on their bingo card? That is the upset of upsets. How do you live in What do you do in Palm Springs if you don't play golf?
Well, he lives in San Diego.
I thought he was a Palm Springs
Well,
guy.
he's got both. Masters Pete did well. He does both. But he doesn't golf.
So again, when you're in Palm Springs, what do you do when you don't golf?
I think he sits by the pool.
Drinks, I hope.
Drinks.
Maybe a cigar.
Texts us to fire Dana Altman.
This thing looks so dumb.
God dang, what
There's
do you
Rory.
I like they just introduced the referee.
There's a cup involved. Hey,
Well, yeah.
It's DJ Khaled. Another one.
Noted golf enthusiast DJ Khaled.
Look at the scoreboards. Jeez. All the fans are all fired up.
Are they?
Yeah, look at them.
Oh,
They got some terrible towels.
Terrible towels waving? Boy,
Shane Lowry stepping up.
Every now and then, like, there's some things you can't butch up. You can't rock and roll up certain things.
Golf is one of them.
And golf is one of them.
Well, Liv tried to.
Well,
Waste Management Tour begs to differ.
Yeah, that's true. Look at that, right down the middle.
Or is he going to the sand?
So if it goes in the sand, then you have to go hit from
Actual sand
The
from
actual
Augusta
sand.
National.
So they just playing around a golf? That's it?
It feels that way.
Sweet swinging Ricky
How did
Fowler.
this middle-aged lesbian? Oh wait, never mind. That's
He's
Ricky.
going with the.
That's Ricky Fowler.
He's going with the hybrid. What a great swing!
How much you love this?
I'm flipping back over to the Red Wings game. I've seen enough.
Yeah, right down the middle. God, these guys are good.
Hey, turns out these guys know how to golf, and I'm officially done. I can't do this.
I'm watching it.
I can't. For all the hell you gave Buckley, you are completely roped in
Well,
right
that's
now.
what Buckley wanted. He got what he wanted. Thanks a lot.
You're an easy golf mark.
I am.
Boy, he saw you coming a mile away.
Well, he thought I'd be into it.
You are into it. Look at you.
I am now.
You can't take your eyes off of it.
But I wasn't today when I got here.
I got a 2-2 Red Wings Senators game. Side note, Red Wings 4-0 since firing their coach. We're on
Yeah,
the
but
come
is
up.
that on a simulator?
No.
I don't think so.
This is now. Wouldn't that be something if the NHL was in a simulator? It's like the Matrix. I don't know
All
how
right.
you would do that. But
Well, let's get back on track here.
probably.
Let's do that.
I've got a should this plane have turned around story, another one.
Another one.
And I've got the hots. We got a story about the hot. You know, they will stop at nothing to remain hot or to get hotter.
I saw the weirdest movie I've ever seen about hots yesterday.
Yeah. Have you watched Squid Game yet?
I'm 2 or 3 episodes in.
What do you think?
It's all right.
Yeah, I finished it last night.
Yeah. We didn't need a second season. You know, this was
I
Squid
will
Games.
say-
This was Squid Games 2, The Search for More Money, and I get it.
There's
but
a twist that's a cool concept.
Yeah.
I don't want to give anything away.
Yeah.
The twist in season 2 is a really cool concept. But I will say it is they leave it wide open for season 3.
I am in, like I said, I think I'm 3 episodes in, and the only part of the 3 episodes that I have remotely enjoyed is the psycho guy playing Russian roulette.
Yeah,
that
that
guy
was crazy.
Was awesome.
Yeah.
Whoever played the dude that selects the players, that guy needs to win an award because that's the only good thing about that
Hey,
show so far.
Squid Game 2, it comes out with a bang.
Yeah.
I will say it does not quite finish with one, but that first episode, well, maybe it's the second episode,
I think it's
but
the second episode.
it goes down.
Yeah. Dude, watch The Substance with Demi Moore.
What?
Demi Moore won an award.
What a terrible chip.
I was watching the Golden Globes a little bit, flipping back and forth. And so what I'll do is, if it's a bunch of movies that I haven't seen at like the Golden Globes, then I'll just go through and be like, oh, well, I'll watch that. So Demi Moore was in one. And I thought the premise looked interesting. And so I watched it last night. One, it's about hots and there's a lot of nudity, which is kind of fun. But oh my God, it is it's just bizarre. I don't know how to describe it other than at the end of the movie, the BTJ was so angry. Even though she sat there and watched it, she was visibly angry the rest of the evening. Went to bed upset that she watched that movie. Very strange, but a lot of hots.
Okay, well, that's a win.
Yeah, a lot of nudity, which was kind of fun.
By the way, did you see Tiger Woods is getting sued?
Again? By who?
Puma. Yeah, because they said his new logo looks too much like the Puma.
Yeah, the
logo.
tiger. I could see that.
Yeah, it does look like it.
Yeah, the Sunday red. Yeah, it's just a tiger running, which is.
Look at
kinda like
Auburn
the
just
Puma.
draining putts.
No, I refuse. I'm watching real sports.
Fist pumping.
I'm watching hockey.
All right, we'll talk about the hots next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now
She's from Brazil. And she says that she has a couple of different beauty hacks, as it were. She has been getting bee venom therapy.
Oh. Yeah,
Have you heard of that?
I've heard of this before. Yeah, they...
Honeybee venom.
Yeah. You sting yourself in the face. It's like a Botox thing.
Yeah, it stimulates blood flow.
Yeah.
And promotes collagen.
Yeah, I'm good. But I have heard of that, yes.
She's been getting that over the years. And she said she spent $12,000 on injecting salmon sperm into her butt.
Well, now I get the benefit of the venom, right?
What do you think about that?
Paralyzes muscles.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
I'm gonna need an explanation
You're
on
welcome.
the salmon sperm. And boy, when you say injecting salmon sperm into your butt, that's just
That is something that I have not heard before.
no.
Jennifer Aniston recently revealed that she once tried a salmon sperm facial. God, the jokes.
It really writes itself. It really does.
But we can't say them.
By the way, be very careful Googling Playboy salmon sperm. It just...
What comes up?
That was like when you Googled Dan Lanning hot boys.
Boy, that's the most uncomfortable Google that's ever happened in the history of this show. Buck, oh yeah, just Google Dan Lanning hot boys. Don't. I want to make sweet, sweet football love with Dan Lanning. Don't do it.
Well, she admitted...
Which is worse, the salmon sperm in the butt or the salmon sperm facial?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what it does.
Injecting, by the way. Injecting.
Right in the butt. Right. Well, Jennifer Aniston has claimed that she'll try anything to stay relevant. I mean, hot. But although I shouldn't make jokes about that because she's actually
great.
one of those who doesn't try to stay relevant. Like she's under the radar.
Yeah, you don't see her doing a
She
ton.
hides out.
And she looks great, by the way. She's 55, looks amazing. So
Who's she dating
maybe
now?
the salmon sperm is doing
Oh no,
something.
she's not dating him, but she was hanging out with. I guess she's really good friends with Jason Bateman. Did you know that?
I did not know that. They were in Horrible Bosses together, though.
Yeah, they were.
And, oh no, that was Ed Helms. I was going to say We Were the Millers, but that's Ed Helms.
I'd like to be friends with Jason Bateman.
That's Jason Sudeikis.
Yep, that's Jason Sudeikis.
You'd like to be what? You want a salmon sperm?
I'd like to be friends with Jason Bateman. I like him.
I think I'd rather be friends with Jason Sudeikis.
Well, yeah, if you gave me those two, I'd probably go Sudeikis.
And Siegel. He seems great.
I'd go Bateman over Siegel.
Really?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm taking Jason Siegel. Siegel seems generally just fun. Seems like a funny guy. Bateman seems a little, he seems a little serious.
I don't think he's serious. I think he's just a smartass.
I could see
All
that.
right, MFK. Mary stoop and kill. Which Jason's?
Well, I'm probably going to stoop Bateman, and I'm going to marry Sudeikis, and then I'm just going to kill Siegel.
Okay.
I think I would marry Sudeikis. I'm stooping Stiegel, and I hate to say it, but Bateman's got to go.
Feels great, baby.
I'm taking him out. He's gone. Trying to look up the benefits of the salmon sperm, but again, it's dicey.
She says is it an
Esthetician?
Yes. Suggested a salmon sperm facial. Jennifer Aniston, at 54 years old, became curious. She said, first of all, I said, are you kidding? What does this do? And it's been long reported that eating salmon, of course, has health benefits.
Sure. The fish oils.
But it also has been thought to be good for your skin. So one reason for its popularity is that it's been a staple in Korea for many years. And they've always had the next hot skincare product over there.
My daughter, who lives in Korea, says that the Korean beauty lines are like insane. They are beyond obsessed with it. It is she says you just cannot comprehend the number of spas and products and how important it is to the people over
Now,
there.
I don't know how you find this out or figure this out, but the DNA harvested from salmon sperm could be the secret to keeping skin looking young and fresh. And now it's made its way into the world of luxury skincare products.
Yeah, it says that you inject it into whatever you want. You put it right in the face or the butt.
Right in the butt.
And it says that it's a chain of nucleotides, that they're the building blocks of DNA and RNA, and it improves, it makes your skin thicker, healthier, and more hydrated. So, yeah, apparently, and it'll run you anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000.
Well, what's her nuts paid $12,000.
Well,
as we mentioned,
my guess is that she's getting the. Well, how do I say this? Once a celebrity's involved, like,
no, not Aniston. It was the Playboy.
Yeah,
group.
the Playboy Playmate. So I looked into stem cells for my knees, and in the U.S. you can't get the fetal stem cells, so you got to go overseas. And so I was calling around, like Mexico does a bunch of these, Costa Rica, Colombia, or some of the most reputable places. And it's kind of a spendy procedure. I didn't end up doing it. It was a little out of my my price range. But like Joe Rogan talks about one a lot. He always talks about his on his podcast. The Joe Rogan one was like 4 times more expensive than any other clinic. And when you do a little, it's the exact same thing. It's just that one is promoted by Joe Rogan. So it's, I'm sure when you're a celebrity, you go to the end all, the be all, when in reality you're getting the same thing.
Yeah, and you want the spokesperson because it's like, oh, if Joe Rogan did it,
yes,
then I'm going to do it.
Yes.
But I'm not going to do this one that Joe Rogan didn't do.
No.
I'm going to do the one Joe Rogan chose.
Except one was like, and I looked it up, it's the exact same treatment, looked at the facilities, they looked all similar, and one was like, it was like $9,000. The Joe Rogan one was 30 something. I was like, what?
Hope they paid him for that.
So I was like, how on earth is that a thing? And they're like, well, you got a bunch of bros that are on there listening to Joe Rogan. They want to go to the place Joe Rogan goes to. Joe Rogan can afford $30,000.
What if Aniston starts growing gills?
Well, that's kind of hot.
They made a movie about it called The Shape of Water.
Yeah. Well, and The Boys had that too. What? Look, there's not a single man that would turn down Jennifer Aniston because she had gills. The exact opposite. In fact, let's. If a hot grew gills, she would be the hottest thing on OnlyFans. Because there's a million hots out there. But you tell me that you had a hot.
You're talking like the mermaid type of thing going?
Oh, if there was a actual mermaid, yeah. That girl's worth a gajillion. You know how many nerds out there would pony up whatever amount of money to see a real naked mermaid?
There's probably already nerds doing like anime mermaid porn. There's got to be.
Well, let's be honest. There's a reason why Avatar made as much money as it did. Yes, I know it was visually stunning, but it also had a lot of naked blue aliens, and there was a lot of lonely sci-fi dudes.
There's a market for that.
Yeah. Yeah. Was it Zoe, whatever?
Saldana.
Yeah.
Those Koreans, man.
Oh, yeah.
They're amazing. Like, how do you even find that out? That salmon sperm, not just salmon, the sperm of salmon has like.
And how do you go about procuring that?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a good idea.
You just rub his belly there a little bit?
I think someone's in there in a fish tank, working over a little fish.
They got a personal fluffer?
Yeah. Either that or they're just gutting fish over there left and right. Asia's a weird place, man. When you go over there, there's just it's a whole thing. Strange things are afoot.
So the DNA
and then it bleeds its way over here.
The DNA extracted from salmon sperm has potent regenerative qualities, working not on the superficial level, but sinking deeply into the skin to work from within, encouraging cell turnover that in turn helps firm skin and maintain its elasticity.
I got a buddy of mine that swears by beef tallow.
Helps prevent wrinkles. What?
He rubs beef fat on his face.
Really?
Yeah. Swears by it.
Well,
like, what?
What does that do?
It's beef fat. It's like Crisco, sort of, but like.
Well, why does he do that?
Because apparently it's the same thing. The fat qualities, it moisturizes and it keeps you looking young, and it removes spots.
Do you think it does?
Can an average man just do bacon grease? Does that work?
Does he look better?
Well, he's a fancy lad.
Is he your $300 haircut guy?
No. But he's got a Ferrari. I think Ferrari guy is beef tallow.
So just because he has a Ferrari, you think he knows what he's doing with beef tallow?
Well, I don't know. I don't use beef tallow. The stuff he uses is really expensive, and but he swears by it. And he's one of these guys that just has a lot of. I don't know. I think he's got a lot of money, and so he throws he throws a lot at it. And he's an older guy, but I'd say he looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's marketed as the greatest skincare product.
Yeah.
On the interweb.
Yeah.
Beef tallow on skin.
But he'll tell you, like, you can't buy, like, the $30 beef tallow. You gotta
Well, why
buy
not?
Well, because it's
not all of us have a Ferrari.
That's what I said. He tried to get me. He's like, here, you can use the stuff I'm using. And like, he brought out, like, this little jar of it. He said, it was like $300. And I said, guess who won't be
Does
using
it come with a Ferrari?
God. I tell you, the rich people, man. Another level.
Well, I mean, if you got the money, this goes back to the whole salmon sperm thing. When rich people are willing to pay for something, someone's willing to jack up the price. And they just want, I'm convinced that rich people only will pay that price because then they know that they're getting something that the other people can't. Even though it might be the same thing, they're still buying something that you can't afford. And I think that makes them feel good.
Well, now we're willing to jack a salmon.
Yes, you are.
All in the name of fewer wrinkles.
Would you rub salmon?
We jacked a granny today.
Wow.
I don't much care about aging. I really don't.
So
My wife and I are at odds over this because she has all of the great skin and anti-aging products. But
does she rub salmon?
I don't know. I'm going to tell her about it. See what she says. I guarantee you she's already onto it. She gets salmon sperm in her butt. You want to make a joke?
No, I don't.
Coward.
I mean, I kind of.
Right in the butt?
Is it different if it comes from like a fancy cream if I just go and get you some wild salmon sperm?
I don't know. I can't imagine that would. Is that like truffle hunting?
You're right. You know there's some hippie girl out there that's going out in the woods right now to some brook and is like, no, I get it right from the source. And I just picture her holding up a salmon.
Yeah, looking for the penis.
Jeez. Yeah, Guardian right here. People are getting salmon sperm injected right into their face.
Because this is what I was thinking about while I was holding my pecker.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
More? Please tell me more.
Yeah. Let's do that.
I could probably call my daughter and get you a good deal on some salmon sperm direct from Korea.
Well, my wife may take you up on that. She loves that kind of thing. She loves salmon sperm.
There's so many things I want to say.
We'll be right back. Here's Buck.
It goes drip, drip, drip.
This is a Wild Card Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch Time in Portland, Vancouver, or online at crunch.com. First on the Fan, some breaking news in the NFL this afternoon. The Las Vegas Raiders have fired head coach Antonio Pierce after just one full season with the team. The Raiders will still retain general manager Tom Telesco. There are now 6 head coaching vacancies in the NFL. The Chicago Bears, meanwhile, have been denied permission to speak with Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. There are reports that the Bears want to interview former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll. Some good news for the Oregon Ducks today, as receiver Evan Stewart indicates on social media that he's returning to Oregon for another season. Meanwhile, Oregon picking up a couple key recruits in the transfer portal. They land running back Mekhi Hughes out of Tulane, who ran for over 2,700 yards the last 2 seasons. He was the top running back in the transfer portal. They also secure a commitment from former Florida State and Alabama wide receiver Malik Benson. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley from 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it.
because it's not that good. It's just really weird. It's a full long Black Mirror episode. So she's an aging celebrity that had won like an Academy Award and now has like an exercise fitness line. But she's like in her 50s and no one wants her anymore. So she finds out that, there's like this Secret Service type where they give you an injection and your body produces a younger, sexier, better person. And it like spits it out your spine.
Whoa.
Your back opens up and a new you pops out.
Okay.
A younger, sexier, better you. And you get to, it's you. It's not a different person. It is you. Your consciousness is in that body.
What happens to your old body?
It just lays there on the floor. But here's the trick. Like the new you has to sew up the back of the old you. The old you is just laying on the floor. And you have to, every 7 days, you have to switch back to the other body.
Okay.
So like they give you this whole, it's a kit you inject and then you spit out this new you out of your spine. And then the old you is laying on the floor and you have to like IV feed it for 7 days. It just lays there. Your corpse is laying there. And every 7 days you have to like do a transfusion and you have to go back to the old you while the new you regenerates.
Okay.
So every 7 days you switch back
for how
and forth.
long? Oh, so for a week?
Forever.
So I have to go a week in the old body.
Yes.
A week in the new, a week in the old.
It's like you want
a
to
week in
charge
the
your
new.
electric car.
Yes.
That sounds like a beating.
And if you stay in the new body, and so the whole thing is they tell you there is no you or me, it's us. It's one person, right? Like it's you are the same person, you're just in a different body. But the trick is no one wants to be in the old body. They all want to be in the new one.
Sure.
But if you stay in the new body longer than what you're supposed to, your old body starts to crumble. That they say what you take from one will be punished with the other. And so obviously she loves being the new version of herself. And so she keeps staying a little bit longer and a little bit longer, and it turns the old one into the most grotesque creature of all time.
And she still has to go into that body.
Every 7 days.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
Okay.
And so they start to hate each other. And obviously the young one is mad at the old one because she doesn't want to be the old one. And the old one's getting pissed because the young one is staying longer and longer. And the Demi Moore character, who is a beautiful 55-year-old woman, is starting to age and look like an old witch. Like she literally is starting to crumble and deteriorate. And it's the whole interesting dichotomy is that it's the same person, even though they're basically at war with each other.
The younger one doesn't improve, or like the better body doesn't improve?
No, the younger body's like perfect. She just gets to stay longer. She doesn't want to go.
Well, okay, so why do you have? So the only catch is that for the 7 days that you're in the old craggly body, you just have to live that life.
Yes. And she becomes so decrepit she can't leave the house. She gets so beat up.
Yeah, but in 7 days she gets to go be a hot.
Yes, but every 7 days she looks at herself in the mirror and she's obviously a super vain person and she literally goes insane.
Okay.
So when the young one comes back and sees like the condition of, she basically just becomes a shut-in and they end up hating each other.
Okay.
And it's a really interesting concept that devolves at the end of the movie into just this really weird kind of funky
So the
thing.
concept is we're all vain.
Yes.
And it's ruining all of us.
Yes.
Okay. I get that.
It's interesting. It is one of these stranger movies I've ever seen that for the first hour, you're like, hey, this is a really interesting plot and I'm kind of following this. And then just hard left-hand turn into some, when the young one refuses to go back into the old body, and the old body starts to deteriorate, dude, it gets wild. It really.
So the play here, my playbook would be, if you're you said she's like a 55-year-old hot Demi.
She's 55-year-old Demi Moore.
So you go 7 on, 7 off.
But that's the problem is
she's so vain that she can't.
That the 7 off, or the 7 of the lesser one for her is too unbearable.
She doesn't like that.
The way it first goes down is the hot one.
Well,
is
she's an idiot.
The first one's out being hot, and she ends up with like this super hot guy, and the super hot guy they're getting ready to have sex, but it's time to switch back, and so she's like, well, I'll steal a couple extra hours.
So you have to go like right at the
That's how it starts.
That's how it starts. And when the old body wakes up, she's got a witch finger. Her finger is like a skeleton
So
finger.
she's got to wear Michael Jackson gloves.
Yes.
It's like Back to the Future, and the picture starts to erase.
And so then it just keeps going and going and going. It's an interesting...
Yeah, I'm not going to watch that.
Oh,
but
well,
I like that you described it to us.
It's an interesting couples movie.
All right. It'll terrify my wife.
And
that's like her worst nightmare.
And that's what kind of happened to mine. She literally became visibly angry.
Because...
Well, the idea that, like, because then you start joking, like, would you do it? And then she got mad at me, and she said, we would never do this because you would only want to have sex with the young me, and that would piss me off, and then I would kill you. And I said, but it would be having sex with you. You're that person. And she's like, no, that's the young me, and you're not getting that.
The young person would be offended that you don't want to sleep with the old person.
Even though it's the same person.
Yeah.
It's you. She did not like that. And then threatened me.
I don't know. You could do it with both, right?
Yeah. But I think that was...
Fun little change-up.
Yeah, that's what I said. But she said the entire time you're having sex with the old one, she would still be pissed knowing that you'd rather have sex with the young one.
Yeah, well,
It didn't go well.
That's her problem. Doesn't sound like it. Jesus.
No.
I'm not watching this with my wife.
Turned into a whole thing. It was fascinating.
Right.
You're like, look, it wasn't my idea.
That's what it was her idea to watch the movie. Didn't go over well.
You think I wrote this movie for you? No.
All right, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm always in a weird spot with these fun ball games because I'm watching them, I'm being entertained. It's fun. It's
was
close.
entertaining.
No doubt about it. And I do appreciate being entertained, but I'm also like watching this with two versions of me.
Well, I don't have any more content. I thought we were done for the night.
No.
But we're not. No. So now what do we do?
The windmills are driving the whales crazy.
Yeah, we talk about whales going crazy.
I don't think the windmills are driving the whales crazy.
These people are crazy.
Like, where does he get that?
Wrong with them.
What do you know, man?
No, but seriously,
I don't know.
where does he get that?
Where does he get anything? Someone on Facebook said it somewhere, and now it's a thing, and the whales are going crazy, and it's just accepted. They're eating pets.
Is that a problem?
The windmills?
They're eating the pets.
That our new president thinks that windmills are driving whales crazy? Like,
I promise you right now that
or are we
someone
just so far down the rabbit hole now that we don't even care?
Honestly, you kind of forgot that for 4 years that like this was a thing. Every day, that guy's dropping like 17 press conferences a day.
Is he?
It's all he does. You don't remember when he was president? Dude, that guy's...
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant like he's doing it now.
He is.
I didn't know that. Oh.
Yeah, he's speaking all the time.
Is he?
And like, honestly, like...
I didn't know that.
There's nothing he could say anymore that would
There's no shock value left.
Anybody. Nothing.
So he just says what... See, that's what he wants, though.
Just throws a bunch of ideas out there, and most of them won't stick, but...
He's worn us down.
Yes. We're buying Greenland. We're taking over Canada, the Panama Canal. He didn't rule out using military force, although he said he's going to use economic force.
Oh, yeah. Tommy Tuberville's saying that we need to take over that Panama Canal because we can't afford to go not go 8 miles and instead go 1,000 when it comes down to war. Like, okay, Tommy.
And that we have unlimited water. There's no such thing as a drought anymore because of rain and ocean. There's just nothing. There's nothing he could say anymore. Nothing that would shock me. And it really is. In some ways, it's kind of genius. He can say whatever he wants, and you can't do anything about it.
It's not genius, it's scary.
Well, it works.
And yet, here we are.
Yes, here we are.
Voted him right back in there.
Damn right.
God bless America.
Well, soon to be God bless Canada. You want to ask the Canadians? I don't know. Oh, Canada. What if he takes over Canada and Greenland? My God. He's going to be on Mount Rushmore. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe the Canadians are all for it. I don't know. Can you just buy another country? How's that work? Although Greenland's not even a country. I think Denmark owns it. You gotta deal with the Danes. See what they want. Buy Iceland while you're at it. It's like a game of Risk. You just go around collecting things. And why stop there? Look, I know when you play Risk, you don't stop in North America. I think you grab Mexico while you're at it and then really have the domination, then move into Central. And
I do think it would be cool if we had Mexico.
You take Mexico over Canada?
Yes.
America's hat?
Weather.
That's true.
Weather alone.
Weather alone.
Not even close.
Well, and the drugs.
I mean,
My God,
Canada's
the drugs.
beautiful, but...
Yeah.
For me, I'm a warm weather guy.
Well, in Canada, you're only really taking it's like 90% of Canadians live within, I think it's like 100 miles of the border. So really, you're only getting 100 miles, whereas Mexico, we got all kinds of cool stuff down in Mexico.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Pretty down there.
So why are we talking about Canada? Why don't we grab Mexico?
He probably is.
I think he's playing a game of real Risk.
Didn't he say something about taking on the cartels and...
You want to hear the whole windmills comment?
Yeah.
Here we go.
25 stories tall, 40 stories. They have one 70 stories tall. The blades, they take 3 ships to ship them. It's crazy. They're dangerous. You see what's happening up in the Massachusetts area with the whales, where they had 2 whales wash ashore in, I think, a 17-year period. And now they had 14 this season. The windmills are driving the whales crazy. Obviously. And they had actually over, I think, 125 or something over a number of years. And we don't want that to happen.
Wow. I want to know where he gets his info.
It doesn't matter.
They're eating the cats.
It doesn't matter. That's all you need to know. They're eating the pets. It really doesn't matter at this point. And someone is listening right now calling you a dumbass because they're sharing an article that they got from Sue on Facebook that indeed says that windmills are driving whales crazy.
It's called rain. Comes down from heaven.
Let me ask you this. Do you know that the windmills aren't driving whales crazy?
No, I don't.
Yeah. That is my other favorite new one.
I'm so over all this crap.
My favorite one that we have now is that you have to